Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Paranormasight stream. Thank you guys for being here. I'm excited to potentially finish. I might just do a long stream today and knock out the game in 2 streams. It depends. But could potentially finish it. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not entirely confident about that. I don't know how far I was actually able to get to yesterday, but yeah, it'd be nice to like start the new game tomorrow, I think. But if not, it's not a big deal. We started on Monday. You know, no big deal, no big deal. No nightmares? Okay, I did not have any nightmares last night. So I think that I'm winning. Yay! No nightmares about the game. I do get scared very easily, so I'm very thankful that I didn't have nightmares because I really, really, really thought that I would. So yay! Played the fuck out of this game last night to the point that I stayed up way too late and I'm ahead of the stream now so I can hang around for the beginning. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's crazy, dude. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, well, it sounds good. Happy to have you here. How the fuck did you just, like, binge this game so hard? You finished the game last night, so I'm excited to see the rest. Yeah, I have a feeling that I could potentially finish it today. Not sure. I can do, like, a minimum of 6 hours. Maximum 7 hours, I think. Ooh, but we'll see. I'm not gonna like rush it or anything, but I can pull a long string. I think the only thing holding me back from potentially finishing it today would be my voice, because voicing all of the characters is a little bit taxing, so we'll see if my voice survives. And it also doesn't help that last night I recorded the ending of Pokemon ZA. I did an offline recording instead of like a stream of it. So I was recording Pokemon ZA for a total of 2 hours last night, which was a lot of voicing. So that may have not been like my smartest decision, because I'm reading a lot out loud, but it's okay. It'll be fine. I really enjoy this game's art direction. Big same. It's really, really good. I'm for how seemingly simple it looks, it's very, very effective for the game. Yeah, I really, really like it. And the music and the ambience, yeah, all of it. They do a fantastic job. Dude, I never thought I'd get so scared by just like panning my camera. I'm just panning my camera and I'm like afraid to turn around. Like, what the fuck? That's messed up. Hi Sil, welcome. And also, Foopsie, welcome to the streams, y'all. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know people mentioned that it was done by the World Ends With You artist, which I can definitely see the same art style. I think it's pretty apparent. There's too many game releases in February. There is. I know. And we're going to play all of them. So Tales of Berseria, I think we're going to start playing first. And then Resident Evil 9, I will play once everybody else beat their Resident Evil 9 playthroughs. But I actually am more interested in playing Tales of Berseria Remastered on its release date. Well, I'm going to be away on the actual release date of Resident Evil 9. And Tales of Berseria, it's the same date. I think the 28th or 27th, but I'm gonna be away on a trip. I'm going to visit my sister for her birthday, so when I return on Tuesday, I think my flight gets back. I don't know if it's Monday or Tuesday. When does my flight get back? Okay, so yeah, Tuesday, March 3rd is the day that I get back. And then we're going to start Tales of Berseria on March 3rd. And I'll probably do split streams of like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tales of Berseria, and like Tuesday, Thursday, Resident Evil 9, something like that. I think I'll do a schedule like that. In my hair. Whatever. But I think we can finish Paranormasight 1 and 2 before I leave for my trip. That's like the ultimate goal. I know, I can finally finish Berseria. It's gonna be weird for me because I did play the first, I think, 5-6 hours of the game before. I don't remember much of it though, so I'm sure it'll be fine. I need to simmer on this, and I have to get through The World Ends With You, or nobody will ever see me again if I don't. No pressure, but play The World Ends With You. You can't play Resident Evil 9 on release because I'll be playing through Revelations 2 and Resident Evil 6 beforehand. Oh yeah, I forgot like those other Resident Evil games exist. Code Veronica 2. I still have to play those. Oh, Dragon Quest 7. You know what? Square sent me a code for Dragon Quest. I know eventually I will play the Dragon Quest games, so I'm just like collecting them all whenever they send me them. I don't remember what games I have now for Dragon Quest, because I just take the stuff. Because like, they gave me, oh yeah, that's 7 Reimagined. So eventually that'll happen. Give it like 5 years, I'll touch Dragon Quest, guys. Oh, that being said, now, we will continue Paranormasight, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. And I promise you guys, I'm not even gonna get scared. I'm not gonna get scared one time in today's stream. Not once. Let me get rid of my input lag. Ah. Okay, so we left off. We did all of Shogo. We did Tetsuo and we did Yako. And then they got stopped. So we get to start with Haruo Shigima. This girl really, really creeps me out. Not dreams. So Haruo. Haruo gets the private detective Richter. I'm kind of jealous. When the son of Haruo was kidnapped, a botched investigation by the police resulted in the child's murder. A botched investigation. Ooh. 1 year later, Haruo has hired a private investigator to help resolve the unsettled case. Late at night, while speaking to the detective at her home, something strange suddenly appears. That's scary. May those who mock fires perish in flame. The flame bearers kill them all. Oh. Wait, you just start like this? You start getting cursed. Oh. Alright, the haunting clappers. We have really scary music in the background. Perfect time to read this. All right, let's read the resentful memory. Red, red, red. Everything is dyed in crimson. My home is burning to the ground. It's hot, so, so hot. I must call for help, but I cannot speak. My throat must be burned up from the smoke. No, I think I'm already on fire. That's right, I'll just use the clappers. Clack, clack. Is anybody there? Clack, clack. Why is no one coming? I'm gonna burn to death. How did it come to this? Oh, right, her. It must be the work of that vixen who appeared suddenly and enchanted my lord. That witch! Those hauntingly cold eyes had my lord dancing in the palm of her hand. Perhaps I was also taken in by her. How many innocent people did I lure in under orders? This must be karma. The sound of a heavy bell. It feels like my head... It feels like... Mayhead? My head will split open. Ah, right, the evening bell. That must be why nobody can hear the sound of my clappers. I've got to do it louder. That's a little scary. The murderous impulse seeps into my soul like black, thick tar, just like the others. Now, kill! You, who so strongly desires the right, kill them as you burn alive. Crystal likes that guy, doesn't she? Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get to speak to Richter. He's just, you know, potentially an interesting person right now. That's all. Back with me, ma'am? Oh, hey, yo. Can't say I understand what just happened, but it certainly seems to have put you in a good mood. This might be the first time I've ever seen you really smile. Sweet dreams. Housewife. Sure, let's read it. Haruo Shigima. Her 11-year-old son, Shuichi, was kidnapped and murdered about a year ago. The death was the result of a mistake on the part of the detective assigned to the case. A mistake which enraged the kidnapper and had him cut off all contact with the police, leaving no room for negotiation. The incident was covered up, and Shuichi's killer remains at large, leading the aggrieved Haruo to call on the services of private investigator Richter Kai to uncover the truth. The Shigima family came from a line of samurai who built their residence in Honjo during the Edo period. They assumed important positions in the police force following the Meiji Revolution, thereby protecting their family's elevated status. Even today, many in the Shigima line work as police bureaucrats and senior police officers. Haruo's father sits in the upper echelons of the National Police Agency, and her husband, adopted into the Shigima clan through an arranged marriage, is also a highly respected agency official. However, as her family prioritizes work above all else, it wasn't long before Haruo's marriage grew cold. Though she wants for nothing, she is isolated from her neighbors and withdrawn from society. Seeing her son grow into a young man gave Haruo a purpose in life, but it was cut short by the kidnapping incident. Following the incident, Haruo spent many days in a deep depression, breaking into sudden fists of shouting and wandering around in the middle of the night. Her cheerful, loving disposition faded away, and she took to making snide remarks at her husband, which only further soured their relationship. Ooh. A few months ago, Haruo's husband was transferred to another area for work and now rarely returns home. With Haruo left to live in a large, empty mansion alone, as a housekeeper who has been with the family for a long time comes in to take care of all the housework, Haruo has nothing but time on her hands. That's scary. Damn, Haruo. It's kind of sad. No. Not dreams. Sounds like something I might want to hear about. Why does he gotta look like that? My heart's still racing. This is it, my chance at long last. A private investigator I hired. A friend told me about him. They said he's not very well known, but he's good at what he does. When I first visited his office in Oda City and saw how he dressed, I could hardly believe he was a detective. After talking to him for a while, I changed my mind. He says some strange things at times, but he seems like the reliable sort. Ooh! Yes, I want to read about Richter Kai. Yes, I do! He's an eccentric man. Okay. Once a police officer, Richter was racked with guilt over the police's inability to help all those in need and quit the force to start his own private investigation firm. However, his softened nature leads him to take on too many cases and has put his office in dire financial straits. How he is still in business is a mystery, with some whispering that a wealthy patron is keeping him afloat. Richter studied alongside Detective Jun Erio at the police academy. Somewhat surprisingly, given his outlandish clothing and mannerisms, Richter excels at covert investigations and tailing his targets. He proudly refers to himself as an investigator extraordinaire, though that only ever succeeds at impressing himself. Richter's biggest source of happiness is nuzzling his pet female albino parakeet, Ernestine, which he keeps in his office. He has a female albino parakeet pet. Interesting. He also enjoys collecting mockingbird stickers, a popular line of merchandise featuring birds inexplicably dressed like delinquents, and can be frequently sighted searching around town for them. While out and about, Richter typically leaves the office and, more importantly, Ernestine, in the care of Amamori, a junior high schooler who volunteered to assist Richter after being involved in a previous case. Amamori? Wait, I've heard that name somewhere. It's not. Okay, maybe I'm pretty sure we've heard it before. Okay, this is his agency. So the firm is called Azure Heron Agency. I'm guessing he just likes birds. Originally, Kai thought to give it a simple name like Kai's Detective Agency, but upon hearing that people are more likely to pick names listed at the front of a phone book alphabetically, he decided to pick a name starting with an A. Oh my god, that is so old school. Yeah. Thus, the Azure Heron Agency was established. However, it is questionable whether the heron, a bird of somewhat ominous significance, is an effective symbol for attracting customers. Even his own assistant has referred to the name as confusing at best. After all, rather than an Azure Heron, Richter keeps a white parrot as a pet and dresses not in blue, but mostly in white. If there was a symbolic connection to be made here, it has surely been lost on all but Richter himself. A private investigator, also known as a private eye, is a detective who operates their own agency. There are no formal qualifications necessary to become a private investigator. Many are retired police agents or detectives due to the similarities between the work involved. At a glance, private investigation firms and inquiry offices might look similar, but they carry out different types of investigations. Inquiry offices specialize in conducting credit checks on businesses, while private investigators are generally involved in tailing persons of interest and gaining information surreptitiously. Okay. An arrangement of flowers. We bring in someone to do it. I don't even know what the flowers are called. An old hanging scroll. I don't know who painted it. It's been hanging here since I was born. Since before I was born. A stereo unit with separated speakers designed for home use. My husband insisted on buying one, even though he isn't one to listen to music often. The guest table. I don't know where Father got this old thing from, but I've never liked it. Fax machine. Oh boy. It can send images to other places along the telephone network. I don't really know how it works. Most houses don't even have one. I rarely find a use for it. Fax machines. It still amazes me that fax machines are still widely used. The swinging of the pendulum echoes through the room. It feels livelier than usual with Richter here. Usually it's just me. A color television. Father bought one as soon as it hit the market. He likes to have the latest gadgets. Unlike the latest models, there is no remote control. We've had it for a long time. Back when it was new, we all gathered around it and marveled at it as a family. But with Father and my husband being away so often, it quickly fell into disuse. Aww. Oh, what's that? I'll be damned. Is that what I think it is? Goodness, you made me jump. It's just a silly little sticker my son got from somewhere or other. He put it up just before. Well, you know what happened. I still can't bring myself to take it down. Let me take a closer look. I knew it. It's Head Hensho from way back in set number 1. This is a real collector's item. Excuse me? Don't tell me you've never heard of the Mockingbirds. They're the hottest new craze. Cute little birds dressed up like rough and tumble delinquents. I've never heard of them, but this certainly seems to matter to you. The best part is nobody knows who made them. They just started showing up around town, and soon enough, they had won everybody's hearts. Seems to have won Richter's heart more than anybody, but yeah. The story goes that they've made by some anonymous artist who covertly leaves them behind in specific locations. No one knows when or where they'll show up next, but basically an urban legend of sorts. To think one would turn up here of all places. This is a good sign, I'm sure of it. Oh, well, that's nice. Oh. Be in the right place at the right time in Honjo and you might be able to find all 20 of them scattered around. Collecting them all will bring good luck. So I got like a mini game in my game. I like that. All right, let's talk to him. Let me bring you up to speed. Oh, thank you, Surfin. Appreciate it. We were in the middle of a chat when you suddenly started spacing out, and the whole time you were grinning to yourself like you just won the lottery. Care to tell me what that was all about? Well, where to start? Interesting. Very interesting. So, the haunting clapper is Kursek, who appeared out of nowhere. Told you how to perform the rite of resurrection and gave you the curse you'll need to do it. Have I got that right? So it's all real. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. But I guess I have to now. I saw that curse stone appear in your hand myself. Looked like it popped clean out of thin air. With evidence that clear, there's no denying that there's some supernatural force at work. It just appears out of thin air. I don't think that you quite understand. This isn't about evidence, and it isn't about belief. It's more than that. I know it's real. The moment the curse appeared, I knew everything before it even said a word. It was already there in my head, as clear as day. You just knew, huh? It was etched onto my soul, along with the cursed echoes, resentful memories. So I can feel it, what it was like. Oh, jeez. Dying like they did hundreds of years ago, wreathed in flame, writhing in pain as my flesh blackens and my blood boils. I can feel it, all the agony, all the rage. It fills me with bloodlust. Woo! Okay, girl, she's fine. I think I need to kill someone. Anyone will do, just as long as they're carrying fire. That could be a problem. From what I know of you, I was sure that you'd see it as an opportunity. The stronger the desire to resurrect someone, the stronger the urge to kill. That's how it seems to me, anyway. Good grief, talk about a spanner in the works. I say we take stock for a moment, remind ourselves where we've come from and where we're going. That might be a good idea. I'm surprised that her saying this to the private investigator, I know he's like hired, but with her having this new ability, if I were Richter, if I was in Richter's shoes, I'd be terrified. Because she could kill me at any moment. Well, assuming that he has fire on him. I'm gonna assume maybe he has a lighter on him. But, yeah, I would be a little scared at this point. About the investigation. That's what you hired me for, ma'am, to look into your son's kidnapping last year. To uncover the truth behind the abduction and murder of Shuichi Shigima. Oh yes, I remember. They never did find the one who did it. That's what I'm here about today, in fact. Kind of you to let me drop by so late, by the way. I've been turning over every last stone, and I've come up with a grand total of 1 lead. Woo! We got 1! As far as the police are concerned, it's a cold case, but I've managed to make some headway. I remember. You were just about to tell me. The Shigima kidnapping. Shuichi was kidnapped on his way home from school with a ransom being demanded that evening. Initially, the kidnapping was thought of as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that Shigima family was closely tied to the police, and Shuichi was in fact the grandson of a senior official, it was quickly assumed that the perpetrator was acting upon a grudge against the police force. The kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against the good name of the police, and a large-scale investigation was launched that used the best equipment available to trace phone calls. This made it all the more embarrassing when they were unable to catch the culprit, losing the public's confidence. The culprit grew cocky, relentlessly mocking the police force. After 3 days of failure after failure, Haruhi reached a breaking point. Spurred by concern for her son, she resolved to hand over the ransom money as fast as possible. But her husband and father, who held the prestige of the police in high regard, refused, saying that they would not let the criminal win by giving in to their demands. The increasingly frantic detective assigned to the case lost his temper when the criminal called to give an ultimatum, causing the culprit to never make contact again. Another week passed, and Shuichi's body was found floating in the Sumida River. Shuichi's death could be largely ascribed to the police's incompetence, but this was ultimately covered up with the stringent media embargoes. The investigation was never closed, but the case has long gone cold. Oh my god. How do I... This girl's going through so much! Jesus! She kind of sucks. Like, it feels like her life just sucks in general. Shuichi Shigema, the only son of Haruo, kidnapped, murdered 1 year ago. Shuichi was conscientious. Brave young boy who was determined to protect his mother amid his father's frequent absences. He dreamed of becoming a police officer and displayed diligence and an impressive sense of responsibility from a young age. Likely due to being raised in an extremely strict environment, born in the early 70s, he spent his day immersed in various activities and studies, including playing piano, learning the abacus, taking English lessons, and training in kendo. Shuichi's tendency to put other people's needs over his own meant he died without ever telling his classmates how much he longed for them to go out on a hunt for mockingbird stickers. Oh! Oh, no! That's so sad. Alright, about the investigation. We still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Tell you what, why don't I tell you what I found and then we can make a decision. You know, we still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Oh wait, sorry. About the kidnapping. I suppose there's not much point going over the kidnapping. I'm very familiar. I'll leave that for the files to cover and just confirm a few things about the case. The police traced the culprit's calls back to northern Oyoko River here in Sumida City. That's quite a wide area. In the end, they never managed to nail down exactly where the calls were coming from, but it was almost certainly the same location that Shuichi was being held captive, since Shuichi's voice can be heard during the killer's calls. Northern Oyoko River is quite a distance from Shuichi's normal school commute. Factoring in that he was seen at school, but went missing before he arrived at his house, it's likely that he was abducted by car on his route home. Exactly. Shuichi was a clever boy. He never would have gotten into a car with a stranger. I was very firm about that. I knew he understood too. I even saw him warning the other children. It's possible that they forced him into the car. The only issue there is there weren't any witnesses to the kidnapping. You can't bundle someone into a car with that many students around and not be noticed. But nobody came forward to say that they saw anything suspicious. So, did they target him at some other point or somewhere away from his usual routine? Both of them seem a little far-fetched. Which raises the question, how did the kidnapper pull it off? The police never managed to find an answer. In the end, they decided that the kidnapper must have gotten lucky. Well, why not turn the problem on its head? The kidnapper managed to convince Shuichi to get into their own car, but how? The only thing that makes sense to me is if they were somebody that he would have a reason to trust. A teacher, perhaps, or a relative, or somebody else that he knew. But all of the adults Shuichi knew had alibis. The police checked them thoroughly. They did, huh? No one throws numbers at a problem like the cops. But what if it wasn't someone he knew, or rather, what if the culprit disguised themselves as a police officer? That would explain why he didn't find them suspicious. The Shigema family has close ties with the police after all. He would have had reason to trust them. Surely that couldn't have... There's a problem with the theory. You'd be surprised how much police officers stand out. That's sort of the point, after all. They're meant to be visible deterrent against crime. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. But here's another interesting little bit of trivia I happen to know. When you ask people to imagine someone suspicious, nobody pictures women or children. Even kids who've been warned about stranger danger often subconsciously expect that danger to look like an adult man. Besides, Shuichi was the sort of boy who wanted to be a police officer when he grew up. He must have had a very strong sense of right and wrong. Surely you can't mean, now you're getting it. If, say, a young woman approached Shuichi asking for help, what would he have done? If someone like that said that they were lost and asked him for directions, would he have gotten into a car? My husband always told him that a man had a duty to watch out for women and children. You could certainly argue that kind of attitude is outdated nowadays, but if Shuichi believed it, then we might have something here. Then you think the culprit was a young woman, but it was a man's voice on the phone. She might have been an accomplice, or maybe she didn't even realize she was being used. If anything, that would explain why she hasn't come forward. She herself might not realize that she had anything to do with the case. Guys, I know exactly who it is. It was Mio. Definitely. So the question is, did anybody see Shuichi speaking with a young woman on the day of his disappearance? See what I said about people's biases? That goes for witnesses too. And I figured that maybe if I started asking new questions, I might get some new answers. So I spent my day asking around Shuichi's school route, seeing if anyone had seen anything. And one man thought he had. He saw it happen? I can't say that for sure yet. Turned out that he wanted something from me, so he asked if we could talk in private. Ooh! Dang! A year later and it's a cold case and he actually got somewhere? Several hours earlier. There's no one around. We can speak in confidence. Excuse me, what was your name again? Oh my god. Jonouchi. Got it, Jonouchi. I'm all ears. So, just so we're on the same page. You're a private detective investigating Shuichi Shigima's kidnapping. Do I have that right? What else do I look like? How should I know what a private detective looks like? Ugh, forget it. Look, I'll tell you straight. My life is in danger. I need your help. You'll excuse me if that caught me a little off guard. Let me ask you straight. Who is trying to kill you? A student called Michio Shiraishi. So, what we witnessed in Yako's and Mio's story, whenever Michio... Wait, no, Michio was already dead. No, that's not the same girl. Okay. When we saw the two of them together, that was a different girl plus homeroom teacher. Sounds like you've been naughty. It's nothing like that. That girl, she's a murderer. I'm the only one who knows, but I saw what she did. Michio Shiraishi, I saw her kidnap Shuichi Shigema. Ooh! I saw her talk to him on the street and led him away. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he went missing. She murdered him, I'm sure of it. Or at least, she's got something to do with it. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Then you can't let her get to me. If that's true, you've been sitting on some valuable information. Why didn't you tell anybody? If you can't explain that, I don't have any reason to believe you. She told me she'd kill me if I spoke a word. You're telling me a schoolgirl had you scared for your life. So you've been sitting on that all this time, and you think that she's coming for you now that you've spilled the beans? Yes, that's it, exactly! I'm begging you, don't let her get me. Arrest her, I'm telling you, she's a demon! Well, you seem to believe what you're saying, but if it just doesn't add up. How could a schoolgirl have a fully grown man so terrified? You don't know me, you don't know what she can do. She'll curse me. Curse you? I'm sorry, but you're losing me here. Oh my god, look at his face, it's so cute. You can barely see his, like, little lips. It's a cute face. It's true, her house! Forget it, why do I even bother? You seem dubious enough to believe me, but I should have known that you'd never understand. Enough! I'll find someone else to help me. Interesting. Yeah, the facial expressions are so fun. And that's about the long and short of it. I can hardly believe it. At the time, I thought his mention of curses was just crazy talk. But I'm starting to think that there might have been more to it. Then if we can just find that girl. Curse or no curse, if she was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, then there's a good chance that she knows something. On top of that, I did some digging on the man I spoke to. His full name is Kohei Jonouchi, and he's a teacher at Komagata High School here in Sumida. Is one of his students, and that's very likely. The world's most pathetic teacher? It sure seems like it right now. At last, we've got a lead. Hopefully, it'll be a breakthrough that we're looking for. Okay. The Rite of Resurrection. I read about that in an occult magazine the other day. Apparently, some old book showed up recently with all the gory details. And they say that the rite can be found somewhere in Honjo. I remember the first time you told me about that. It felt like my prayers had been heard. Like I had hope, real hope for the first time. Ever since that awful day, I've wondered. What if I hadn't sent him to school? What if I had just paid the ransom? Not a day goes by when I don't think that if I'd done something differently, Shuichi would still be alive. You can't blame yourself, ma'am. It was the culprit's fault, not yours. I know that won't help any. Grief is funny like that. I'm guessing that's why you're after the rite? Ah, I guess I didn't need to ask. It's written all over your face. I can tell how much he meant to you. But, and this is a big but. If the rite is the real deal, using it will mean killing someone and stealing their soul. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Is that a problem? If it comes to that, I'm afraid I'll have to stop you. Oh, that's a shame. A shame, huh? That's all. I'd thought if I'm gonna be competing with other curse bearers, that your detective skills might come in useful. You realize that you're talking about ending someone's life, right? Don't you see an issue with that? No. I think any parent in my position would happily kill for a chance like this. That's so, is it? Dear, oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? If it makes you uncomfortable, then you won't have to get any blood on your hands yourself. I don't need you to kill the other curse bearers. I only need you to find them. I won't be party to murder, ma'am. Not even for a client. He is broke, right? I'll buy him out. How much can I give you to change your mind? Sorry, ma'am, but not everyone has a price. Damn! I thought he'd be maybe desperate. I've got my policies and I stick to them. You know what? Kinda hot. I see. I didn't realize you were so stubborn. Let me say though, it's not like I don't get what you're going through. As long as you're not killing anyone with your own hands, maybe I can help you out. What do you have in mind? How about stealing someone else's curse stone after they've filled it with soul dregs? If that was all you were after, then I could lend you my services guilt-free. If the other curse bearers want to kill each other, that's their business. I'm not trying to be a hero. I guess there's no guarantee a stolen curse stone will work, but we can worry about that later. I suppose we have a deal. Although, what if I stole a curse stone using my curse? Would you disapprove? That would void our contract. Just warning you now. Damn, he got standards. Okay, King. Before we go any further, why don't you tell me about the Curse of Ears? The Hunting Clappers, that's one of the 7 mysteries of Honjo, if I remember correctly. That's right. The original story did happen somewhere near here, I think. I'm sure I remember hearing that. In that case, my money would be on all of the curse bearers being somewhere in Honjo. Our first move should be to narrow them down. Some of them are bound to try and come for you first. We'll need to be ready. The curses make their bearers a bit more willing to kill, so an attack could come from anywhere. That sounds sensible. And, if I remember correctly, your haunting clappers can set people on fire, but only if they have a naked flame or a lighter on their person, is that right? In olden times, wooden clappers were used to warn people of fire. I'm guessing it punishes those who don't heed the warning. Seems like a good curse to have. It's simple and straightforward enough to use, although it's hard to say how it stacks up without knowing what else is on the table. You really think it's that good? The target can't do much to throw it off, and it has a nice long activation window. It's big that it works on lighters too. Just slip one into your target's pocket and say that condition were already fulfilled before they even knew that you're there. They wouldn't even know what hit them. Maybe I won't actually have to use it. I could just tell someone that I could, and they'd have to do what I said. Threats could work, although without any proof, it'll come down to how convincing you can be. If only you could use the curse, then back out at the last second. At the last second? What an interesting idea. I have a lighter right here. We could try it now. Oh my god! On him? I don't think we should try that. I think we should... Not on him. But maybe not. I'm not quite crazy enough to make myself a guinea pig. Yeah, he should probably not do that. You're an odd one, ma'am, if you don't mind me saying, and I don't think it's just the curse. You flatterer. Yeah. As for what we do next, first of all, I think you should stay indoors. Try not to do anything spontaneous or outside of your normal routine. Right then, have you decided what you want me to work on? Investigate the kidnapping. Finally, I have a lead. I need to know what happened to my son. Your wish is my command, ma'am. I'll focus all my efforts on looking into the kidnapping. Although something just occurred to me. You can't investigate the matter at night, can you? At least until the sun rises, could you search for the other curse bearers? Alright, I'll see how it is. You want me to work 24 hours. I don't get to sleep. Okay, cool. Odds are good that the other curse bearers are also working by night. Anyone they kill under the cover of darkness won't be discovered until sunrise. I bet that they'll be trying to do as much as they can before morning comes. So it's settled then. I'll look into the other curse bearers by night. And once the city wakes up and I can start asking questions, I'll investigate the kidnapping as well. I'll even try to find Miss Shidishi as part of the bargain. That's more than enough. Now then. I should get to work. There's only so much time before sunrise. I'll call you if I find anything new. You stay here and keep a lookout. There's no telling what kind of curses you might find out in the streets tonight. Don't go outside if you can help it, and try to be ready for anything. Well, if that's all, I should be going. Alright. Yeah, Haruhi does scare me a fuck ton, man. Her, the way that they drew her, she is one scary fucking woman. Whew. Despite having obtained the curse, Haruhi determines to use the right of resurrection by stealing the remaining curse stones. She instructs her private investigator, Richter, to find the other curse bearers. Okay, Shigima Mansion reception room. It's been almost an hour since Richter left. He promised he'd call me if anything happened, but he hasn't. So all I can do is wait. The flowers put me at ease just a little bit. That held hanging scroll. I never offered him any tea, not that I ever learned how to make it. I'm waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. I don't want to get jump scared. What's this, a newspaper? It must have fallen off the chair. Read it! I only leave them in here for the guests. I hardly ever read them myself. I don't think I've taken the time to go over one in years, in fact. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Oh, jeez! Okay, look at the society articles. The city's biggest problem right now is pollution. I remember how the air and water used to be even more polluted. The river was covered in scum from all the sewage and industrial waste, and it stank so badly it'd make my eyes water. Eventually, people started getting sick and couldn't be ignored anymore. Fortunately, it's gotten better since then, although the air around the industrial district is still filthy with gas and smog. I know it's dangerous to go out, but I can't just sit here and let this opportunity pass me by. I have to look for her, for Michio Shidishi. I need to find some more soul dregs. No television at this hour? That's the same sticker. Okay. Should I put a record on? No, it's too late. I'm not in the mood for music anyway. Alright, reading more newspaper articles. If there's one thing Honjo never wants for, it's horrific crimes. They found a police officer dead in a local park just the other day. A lot of my family are in the police. I hope it wasn't anybody I knew. I don't read the news anymore. Not since last year. Brings back bad memories. Oops. Her motive is understandable. Her motive is definitely better than Shogo's, who just met a girl a month ago and wants to resurrect her. Yeah. A high school girl jumped off a roof about a week ago. She was bullied, I think, or maybe it was something about exam pressure. What? This can't be right. Her name is Michio. It can't be. All sorts of articles about the current state of the economy. Now that the post-war boom has passed its peak, we're moving into the era of large corporations. 220 to 230 yen to the dollar. Manufacturing is on the rise and exports are healthy. The dollar is down from its height and people are saying it could fall further. There's no denying how much the standard of living has improved in the past few years. It's common to own a car and television now, and supermarkets are better stocked than ever. Although with everyone flocking to the city, land prices are skyrocketing. Nowadays, most people can only dream of home ownership. The city center is going to be nothing but apartments before long. I'm not exactly a businesswoman, so this all feels like another world to me. Now that everyone has been more spending money to go around, people are coming up with all kinds of new diversions. Seems like only yesterday that people were flocking to the arcades to shoot aliens. But now we have these enormous theme parks and gaming machines that plug straight into our televisions. Everyone's talking about superhero series, foreign films, and movies based on the latest bestseller. Back in my day, fusion rock and folk music were all the rage, but now it's all about city pop and idols. I find it hard to care about that sort of thing anymore. Dude, she is so, like, empty, Hadoué. She is empty as fuck inside. I don't blame her one bit. It's just sad. I hear the new big thing in some mascot line of delinquent birds, mockingbirds. What was Richter talking about? Trends seem to have such short shelf lives now, with how quickly the times are changing. I think I'm just too old to keep up anymore. It's young people who are leading the way. More with their modern world views, my generation will only fall further behind. Everyone attends high school now, even girls. A universal education policy, they call it. The country's gotten rich enough that every child can go to school. Education is the backbone of modern society. If you want to work for a good company, you have to get into a good university. With more people in the running than ever, the competition to get into those universities has gotten fierce, though. The new generation is rebelling. Schoolyard violence and delinquency are on the rise. But my boy was too sensible to get mixed up in any of that. I don't want to read anymore. I don't really watch much television. It feels as if all the information in the world gets passed through that little black box. But Father stopped them from reporting on the kidnapping back when it happened. I was glad about that. Less stress. Now the comedy boom is over, all the comedians are flocking to the other genres. The occult seems really popular at the moment. Look at all these paranormal specials. Michio Shidishi, the same girl who witnessed my son's kidnapping, committed suicide? But that means Mr. Jonouchi was terrified of someone who already died? Is that what he meant by a curse? I can't work this out on my own. Maybe Richter will know. Why won't he call? I haven't left it off the hook, have I? I'm waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. Oh! That must be him. Why would I do nothing? Shigima residence. $2 a.m. at the Komagata Bridge. Oh boy. Richter called me out to meet him, and we came here to Komagata Bridge. There's something I need to tell you, Richter. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. There's a highway on one side and a freeway on the other, but they're both deserted this late at night. Completed in 1927 as part of the reconstruction effort following the Great Kanto earthquake, it is both notable for its distinguished blue arches and the cutting edge for the time techniques used in its construction. Many bridges stretching across the Sumida River, each boasting a unique structural form and design. I like little snippets like that. It may be just a bridge, but it's a cool bridge, you know? The Sumida River. The water is filthy and horrid, but at night, when it's still, it looks almost peaceful. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Is the Sumida River what you Honjo folks picture when you think of home? I couldn't say. All I can tell you is that I can hardly stand the sight of it. Right, should have guessed. Yeah, that's where her son was found. This was where they found him. All alone, floating in that horrible water. All I can think is how scared he must have been, how cold he must have been. What did he ever do to deserve something so awful? I've come here every day since then, and I prayed to the river to give him back, to give me back my son, day after day after day. You know, in olden times, people believed rivers marked where our world met the next. So the act of crossing flowing water had a huge amount of spiritual significance. Back when Edo was founded, the people of Chuo saw the Sumida River the same way. They associated the far side of the river with the afterlife. That same place would later become Honjo. All their fear and revulsion accumulated there and took root. But then, the Ryogoku Bridge sprang up after the Great Fire of Mereki, and just like that, Honjo was part of the city too. And as it turned from farmland into a town, the people surrounded it with man-made rivers and crisscrossed it with canals and waterways. Weren't those to prevent flooding? That's what I was told. They were, but that's not all they were for. Their other purpose was to contain all the corruption that had built up on the far shore, and stop it leaking through to our side of the Great Divide. Officially, they were a physical barrier, but unofficially, they were a spiritual one too. So if I have this right, are you saying that Honjo is a place where the real world meets the afterlife? Okay, okay. Stop that. Hate it. Exactly. That's why the rite of resurrection is here rather than anywhere else. I'm sure of it. And it's probably why the 7 mysteries and their curses have survived to the modern day. And I guess that would make this spot where we're standing right now is right over the water, the border between life and death. If there ever was a place where bringing back the dead might be possible, I reckon it's here. It's funny that you mentioned praying to the river. That might have done more than you think. I find it funny that Richter believes these things. Maybe he doesn't and he's just like reiterating the stories that he knows, but he also seems to believe them, which is weird for a private investigator. Just thinking aloud, man. It's a nice thought. The Sumida River. That is one big ol' river. They played a key role in transportation of lumber used for construction. It was also a place for common folk to gather and enjoy activities such as seasonal flower viewing, river bathing. There exist many woodblock prints depicting such activities. This area became plagued with sewage issues when the surrounding environs were industrialized in the post-war period, but the situation has improved since. Many unique bridges span the Sumida River, including the Ryogoku and Azumabashi bridges, which attract a large number of visitors at sightseeing spots. Massive fireworks displayed in the summer are also always sure to draw a crowd. The river has served as a cornerstone for both the city and its people, having both aided in its development and serving as an inspiring backdrop for countless works of art and literature. Oops. Meant to get the river again? Oh, that's right. There's one more memory I have of this river. Do you mind if I tell you? It must have been about 20 years ago, when I was still a schoolgirl. Back then, the Sumida River was much filthier than it is now. Full of garbage and industrial discharge, it was scummy and slimy and it stank. You can look over the water and see dead cats and dogs and pigeons just floating. Ew! Oh, that's gross! And one day, among all the filth and garbage, there was a piece of my missing classmate's hand. Oh! What the fuck? What? It was almost a miracle when you stop to think about it. What were the chances that someone would find a part of her that was still recognizable? And that although everything but the palm had rotted away in the water, the part that was left would have an identifiable scar? And that they could tell it's been a murder from the blade marks on the bone? Wait, are you talking about the Nejima murders? So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. I assume that you were but an elementary schooler at the time? I wasn't really aware of it then. I only heard about it after the fact. I had no idea the victim was a classmate of yours. Whoa! Whoa! Occupation self-employed. The man who made headlines over 2 decades ago as the perpetrator of the brutal killings known as the Nejima murder. Is there, like, any life in those eyes? What's up with the eyes? Like, it's like hello? Lights on? Anybody home? Anybody home in there? Damn. To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur. A wave of chaos just parting around me. They said that the rest of her body must have sunk to the bottom of the river. They combed the riverbed, but they only ever found pieces. Everything else must have rotted and flowed out to sea. Afterwards, I heard that all the divers who had been looking for her fell ill. A sorry story for everyone involved. A sorry story from everyone involved, hmm? It's funny. Everyone figures the river's filthy already, so one more piece of garbage won't hurt. But every little bit makes it worse. It's a vicious cycle. I know. I wouldn't want to go rooting around down there myself. That's right. Which is why the riverbed is the last place anybody would go looking. Or so was the killer's thinking, I suppose. The times were changing quickly back then. Things were confusing. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Young people were moving to Tokyo in droves. Some even ran away from home to make it in this big city. And they made easy targets for bad people. A lot of them ended up disappearing without a trace. You see, back then, if you chopped a body up in tiny pieces and threw it in a river, it would rot quickly and discreetly and sink to the bottom, never to be seen again. Are you saying what I think you're saying? They arrested him shortly after, Fumichika Nejima, the man who killed my classmate and cut her into pieces. He was so methodical about it, it couldn't have been his first crime. And people began to wonder how many other girls he's murdered the same way. The police never found any evidence of other murders in the end, but the river knows the truth. How many corpses has it swallowed up over the years, I wonder? That same thought spread through everyone's mind, and they started to avoid this area. So really, this river has been rank with corruption for decades. Or at least that's how it seems to be to me. Well, was that interesting? I can see why you don't have any good memories of this river. With all that darkness lurking beneath the surface, there's no reason that you would. Still, if I may, ma'am, I'm surprised you know so much about the Nijima murders. But how could I not? After all, I was the one who found the hand. The police actually wrote me a thank you letter. They said it was only thanks to me that they managed to bring Nejima to justice. Holy fucking... This is crazy! Woo! Everything coming together like, woo! Been a YouTube frog for a hot minute? A YouTube frog? I don't think I've ever heard that term, but welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you. That was the only time my father ever said that he was proud of me. Ooh! Okay, that got worse. I guess it just wasn't the killer's day. Sometimes I wonder if he resents me for it. Oh my god. Yeah, this woman's life is fucking miserable. Oh my god. I have nothing but awful memories of it. This is my only chance to bring back my son. I can't afford to fritter it away. He's gazing down at the water. You go first. Alright then. I've been poking around places connected to the 7 mysteries, looking for curse bearers, and I think I've found a few candidates. Oh, the fucking man. The first man that I killed at the beginning of the game. A tall man I ran into in Kichibori Park. I asked him for directions, trying to probe him a little, but he turned the questions right back around at me, and he was out there the second he figured I wasn't what he was looking for. I got the sense curses were nothing new to him. I'm about 40% sure that he's a curse bearer. I killed him at the beginning of the game, and he only got me 1%. So he wasn't a curse bearer. But it doesn't, like, I still think about this man, though. Maybe this is her husband. And he just has like all this knowledge. I don't know. Then there's this middle-aged guy I saw on South Watagesui Street. There's no question about this one. He had one of the curse stones in his hand. He had a nervous air about him, too. It was clear that he was up to some shady business. Gathering soul dregs, I bet. He'd make a good target. Next up is a pair, a young man and woman I saw around Ryogoku Bridge. This time, the man came up to me and asked me flat out if I was a curse bearer. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and he backpedaled and left. Looks like they lurk around there often. Looking for kindred spirits would be my guess, though it didn't seem like they were quite working as a pair. Yeah, the woman is still a weird one. She's still unidentified, question mark, was just randomly there with him. With things being how they are, it's going to be hard to find folks who one can trust. They've got brass, though. I don't know what their deal is, but I'd like to find out. Last is 2 detectives I'm seeing sniffing around. The police are involved? Not necessarily. A body turned up in a local park a few days ago, so they might just be looking into that. Still, the park's got ties to one of the 7 mysteries. Might be it was a curse that did the guy in. And if they're sending in detectives from the head office, then something's gotta be up. How do you know where they're from? Let's just say that when you're in the business, there are some faces you get to know. But you know June. You went to school with him or something? Anyway, that's everyone who caught my eye. You found all of them in so little time. I really did hire the best. It's all in the name, ma'am. Richter Kai, P.I. No, wait, make that Richter Kai investigator extraordinaire. My, an investigator extraordinaire. Is that why you can dress like that without drawing attention to yourself? You bet an investigator extraordinaire can blend in like a chameleon in any outfit. Although you don't really blend in with this, like, cowboy-ish outfit in the middle of Tokyo, big city. It does kind of stand out, actually. The middle-aged man and the young couple sound the most promising, am I right? Whichever we pick, it's still too early to make a move. It seems like the curse bearers are less involved with each other than we thought. Plus, there are still others that we don't know about. I say we hang fire and see how things play out. Once more bodies start showing up, that'll get the pot nice and hot. And once it's boiling, our chance will come. There's something I need to tell you. That girl, Michio Shidishi, the one who was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, she's dead. The student who committed suicide last week, that was her. I heard something like that. Had happened. Never got the name, though. Can't get recognized if people are too busy staring at your chest. I guess that is true. The low V-neck definitely does this guy wonders. Talk about bad luck. We finally got a lead, only to find it's turned into a literal dead end. Unless her death was the whole reason Jonouchi was so shaken up. He said that she was going to curse him. Was he talking about her taking revenge from beyond the grave? Seems like we're back where we started. Not necessarily. That teacher knows something, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I'd put money on him having something to do with Mr. Shidishi's death. Miss. That's why he's so scared of being cursed by her. I see. And also, something tells me he knows more about your son's kidnapping. In any case, I think that I've got a good idea of what he's hiding. Call it a hunch. Well, more of a theory. Care to take a guess? Can I guess? I can guess. I can't say for certain, but... Ooh! Ooh, fun, fun, fun. Okay, who do we start? Michio Shidishi. Oh, it would be the other way around. It's the other way around. Can I go back? Okay, yeah. Mr. Jonouchi silenced Michio. Was it murder or curse? Probably murder. Let's say murder. What if Mr. Jonouchi silenced Michio with murder? I see. So you think Miss Shidiichi's death might not have been suicide. That would certainly give him a good reason to think that she'd hold a grudge, but I'm not sure that I buy it. That might be a little bit far-fetched. Not really cut out to play detective. No point dwelling on speculation. The truth will be out in time. I think we need to have another chat with Mr. Jonouchi. Is something wrong? Just struck me. It's been 20 years since the Nijima murders. So it has. Not to spook you or anything, but I thought you might be interested in knowing. Twitch mobile experience sucks. Ugh. Twitch mobile. That's what YouTube is for, at least. Has a better mobile experience, if anything. Life in prison doesn't always mean life. There's precedent for first-time offenders being allowed out on parole after 20 years. Only if they're found to show remorse and the desire to reform themselves, of course. That's right, I'm impressed you know so much. Still, it's hard for someone with a criminal record to reintegrate into society. I hear that they've been trying to fix that recently, matching inmates with jobs and accommodation. They keep an eye on them, of course, and make them report in for regular checkups. But to avoid discrimination, they keep the inmates' records a secret from everyone but their employees. They even give particularly notorious criminals new identities so that they won't be recognized in the workplace. Bitch, what? It's like you're saying Fumichika Nejima could be out on parole right now. Back in society under a new name with nobody any the wiser. It's possible. As it happens, a little birdie told me about a big name making parole a few months back. I don't know if that was Nejima, But our discussion just now did bring it to mind. I see. How unsettling. Now that you mention it, I just remembered something too. I was passing Komagata High School a little while ago when I saw someone. A janitor, I think. And I could have sworn he reminded me of Fumichika Nejima. Yeah, I knew we couldn't trust the fucking janitor, dude. He looked a little different after 20 years. Much thinner than I remembered, too. I told myself I was just seeing things. He killed Mio. I know the janitor killed Mio and Yako at the end. So, what next? The big question now is what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. It's likely the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think. I see. All right. Excuse me. Oh no, I have to turn around. I have to turn around. I have to turn around. There's a woman. The woman from the other guy. No. No, 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 no. It's the same woman from before. Where did she come from? It's like she appeared out of nowhere. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm terribly sorry if I've gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers? What's that, then? It means someone who's gathering souls for the rite of resurrection. You have heard of the rite of resurrection, haven't you? Everybody's talking about it. Color me intrigued. Here to tell me more, Miss, what was your name? Oh, silly me. I'm Ayame Tono. Ayame Tono. She's evil. Kill her. We should kill her. She certainly has no reservations telling us about the rite of resurrection. It'll be worth keeping an eye on her. She could be trouble. She says her name's Ayame. I'd guess she's around 20. She must be brave walking around alone this late, or maybe there's more to it. He's hiding it well, but I can sense that he's got his guard up. Could there be more to this girl than meets the eye? I have no idea what you're playing, but I like a good murder mystery. You need to play this game if you like murder mysteries. Short, sweet, Paranormasight, play it. Not sponsored. There's more to the rite of resurrection than meets the eye, you see. So the best way to collect soul dregs is to kill other curse bearers. Why is she just telling me this? And that's about the size of it. I hope it wasn't too much to follow. No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in, huh? So, are you saying that you're one of these curse bearers? No, well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Yutaro is. Yutaro, is that your boyfriend? Oh, heavens no, just a friend. His full name is Yutaro Namagaki. We're, I suppose you could say, partners in crime. And you're telling that, okay, she doesn't know I'm a private detective and investigator, but like, you shouldn't just like go up to random people that you haven't met before and tell them that you're a partner in crime. I don't think that that's a very wise decision. So clearly this girl is very confident and potentially telling us that because she's just gonna kill us right now. So, where is this Yutaro now? Well, about that, he's not actually a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer. So it's after the detectives, the police officers took it. I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone. Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student only to flunk where it counts. Why is she saying this to us? So now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself. If you want something done, right? This fucking woman scares me. He lost it? How did he do that? I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he came back saying that he didn't happen anymore. Although, well, it's strange that you'd probe into that of all things. I'm just a curious sort, that's all. Sorry if it's a touchy subject. Oh, I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret. Yeah, you haven't been keeping any secrets. You're just fucking saying everything. I'm waiting for the sequel. It's releasing today in less than an hour. It is, yeah. I hope you guys enjoy it. I will probably be playing the sequel game tomorrow if we finish this game today. Yutaro can be a little irrational sometimes, so I have to keep a level head on my shoulders. Why you approached us? Mind if I ask you why you thought I was a curse bearer? Oh, that. I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you out late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions. Sorry if we gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be curse bearers? Great question. The answer is, I was going to ask you very nicely for your curse stones. You were just going to ask us very nicely. And you thought that we'd just give them to you? Just like that? Well, maybe not, but you know what they say. You never know until you ask. Okay. You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky. Oh, goodness, no. We're just friends. You are risking a lot here, lady. You are risking a lot. Like, you know how easily you could die right now? You are defenseless as fuck. There has got to be something else going on here. The balls. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know. You aren't curse bearers, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Please ignore me. So, what are you trying to do with this rite of resurrection? Well, Yutaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems self-centered. I mean, if you've got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? So I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second and use it for myself. What a fucking power play. You know what? Good on her! Good on her! Well, until he lost it, anyway. Oh, but don't tell Yutaro I was gonna do that, okay? I don't think he'd be happy to hear it. Of course, keeping secrets is my business. My, aren't you dashing? About the rite of resurrection. Sounds like you really have your heart set on this rite, but what were you hoping to use it on? Do you promise that you won't laugh? Cross my heart. Well then, let me tell you about my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. I don't like that the music turned off, and I also don't like how open she is about telling us about her master plan. This woman is terrifying with how bold she is. I'm an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty. Ukiyo-e and in particular. You must be a cultured lady. Really? Oh, do you think so? Everyone says it's a strange interest for a girl to have. You know, people often think of ukiyo-e as some inaccessible high-class art form, but that's actually totally untrue. Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating? Yeah, I guess. And as far as I'm concerned, the undisputed king of ukiyo-e is the one and only Hakusai. Have you heard of him? Sure I have, he's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period? That's right, you're just as knowledgeable as you look. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic. They're the only works of his most people know. Oh, that's that guy. Oh. But Hakusai was so much more than just mountains and waves. That's only the teeny tip of a veritable iceberg of work. I've gotta admit, I only really know him from those landscapes myself. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyone can learn. When Hakusai died at the age of 90, he left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. Amazing, right? So he kept on drawing right up into his old age. Huh, impressive. But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Wait. So this girl doesn't want to bring back a loved one. She just wants to bring back some artist that she really admires. That is unexpected. She is a special kind of crazy. Even on his deathbed, he still thought that he had more to learn. He was already the greatest painter and artist of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time? Well, that's what I want to find out. Hold on, are you saying? Besides, he always said that he wanted to move out of 100 houses, but he only made it to 93. Isn't that just so tragic? Oh no, nuh-uh. No way this is going where I think it's going. Imagine the masterpieces he could create with modern techniques. I feel all dizzy just thinking about it. You've got to be kidding me. So if I understand correctly, you want to use the Rite of Resurrection to... I want to bring Hokusai back to life. Well, that is certainly a novel idea. That's what she'd use it on. What a waste. Do we trust her? Is she being honest? I'm not so sure. Hakusai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Honjo, Hokusai spent most of his life in the area known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 Views of Mount Fuji and the Hakusai manga. Hakusai was a prolific artist from a young age, and he has left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. Though the general popularity of ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hokusai remained a core figure at the center of Japanisme movement. I've never heard that word. Providing inspiration for countless artists around the globe. Despite his fame, Hokusai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum, and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of the whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in ukiyo-e. Though he went by many names, in his later years he took on the title of Gakyo Rojin Manji, or the Old Mad Painter. Hokusai lived to be 90 years old and never lost his passion for art. That's crazy. Oh gosh, is that the time? Oh, I should be going. I need to get my hands on a curse bearer before daybreak. Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck. She is crazy. She knows about the curse bearers and all this stuff, and she just boldly goes up to people, completely defenseless, and a curse bearer would kill her, probably. Like, what? She's crazy. Ayame, her love of Hakusai is so great that she wishes to resurrect him. Ayame is a clever but calculating university student who only has time for her own interests. She's making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of female university students, incited by their appearance across TV commercials and radio programs. Ayame is content to ride this trend so long as it allows her to get her hands on whatever she needs and wants in life. Recently, Ayame has figured out that older men will fall for her if she acts a little stupid. She was approached by Yutaro Namagaki in town, and although she was not attracted to him, agreed to date him because his family seemed rich! However, she does not think much of him as a human being and is beginning to grow bored of their relationship. This fucking woman and her power plays? Oh my god! I don't like this guy, but I'm dating him for his money. And then the gall that she also has to say that she called Yutaro self-centered for his wants with the right of resurrection, but she needs to, like, look at a goddamn mirror. Technically, everybody is self-centered with the right of resurrection, like, with what you want to bring back, more than likely. What the fuck? What a fucking whammon. Okay, I didn't like her before, but she went from, based on this description alone, she went from being like a 5 out of 10 character to like a 9 out of 10 character. That's so fucking funny. If we're going after curse stones, we should keep an eye on her too, if we can. Why do you say that? Before she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we're curse bearers. There's a good chance we'll clash sooner or later. We're after the same thing, after all. You head on back to the mansion, ma'am. I think I'll tail her for a while. Damn. Queen fucking shit. Damn. Oh. Back here again. She thinks that artist is important in general, not just for herself. You could argue that, but isn't it self-centered to think that it's for a public service, like not just for me? I think it still boils down to the same thing. I left Richter to continue looking for curse bearers. I came home alone. Whew. Oh, I just realized I should have this pinned on YouTube. Okay. The old Shigima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It's always stayed the same after all these years. Even the war didn't touch it. I never liked it growing up. I always wanted to live somewhere more modern. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officials, the Shigima family is one of the considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild in a new location. The Shigima mansion was at one time a bussin' place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since their mansion has stood silent as the grave. I'm gonna wait a second before going in. I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. I'm afraid to turn around. What's that? I got a mockingbird! Will this really be enough to gather the soul dregs I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I'll lose my chance to bring him back. Okay. That's it. Can I do this now? Now that we have a hint on the janitor officially in the story, we already had a hint about it, but I don't know if I can prevent this now. Start from the school grounds when we talk to the janitor, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna... Okay. That guy. That guy. So, the game is saying that it's him? Okay. Mr. Ashiyama. Well, if it isn't little Yako. Students ain't supposed to be outside playing around at night. The school janitor. I'm seeing double here! I'm not acting out. Should you be smoking on school grounds? Well, it ain't lit, so it's alright. It's, you know, an accessory. Hey, don't go changing the subject. There's no letting my guard down with you. So, why are you here so late? I forgot something in my classroom. You don't have nothing with you. Uh-huh. But, okay. I'm worried about Mio. Ooh, okay. I can't... So, the assumption here is that we tell him about Mio and he goes in and kills her. So if we go home alone without checking on Mio... Oh, that sounds terrible. I don't want to do that. But I don't want to tell him about it either. Go home alone. Oh, right! Mr. Jonouchi was actually looking for you inside the main building. He's here right now? What's he thinking? I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago. Suppose that means I can't be locked up yet. Second floor? I'll go take a peek. Be back in a jiff. My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own. Really. Ah, the snack shop, right? Suppose you'll be fine then. Be careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit streets. If something happens, shout fire. Fire! We wouldn't want to be losing any more students. Though I imagine you'd know that better than anyone. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Mio's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. There's someone coming down the road. That's... a teacher. It's Mr. Araishi. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. He's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange for him to be involved with the curses. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What do I do? But it's way past the 10 minutes Mio said that she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me. Oh, I went home? I'm home! Thank goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so strong. Nobody will be able to use their curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for Mio as soon as it's morning. But for now, I need some rest. Dude, Mio is so dead. A threatening police, or phone call. After persuading Araishi, the curse bearer of the lantern, to give up his stone, Tsutsumi and Eryo have obtained 3 curse stones in total. They continue their investigation of the town in search of the remaining curse bearers. Oh boy. We're getting juicy now. Road. Just random road. With this, we'll have visited every place connected to the 7 mysteries. This is the last spot, huh? Yeah, we've got nothing to show for it. Even though every last location looks suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. Sounds like we'll need to do another round before morning comes then. Or maybe someone's been observing our movements. I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that they look directly at the player. Like, as if I'm a different entity. What? No way! It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. You killed? I only killed one guy. And you know what? I don't regret it. He was sus. Self-defense. Oh. Is that Shogo? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it, we were too late. Was this a curse too? Oh, in the storyline, this is where he died. Right, right. Hang on, I'm gonna call this in. I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around. Boss, bad news. Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensics team are on their way, but it'll be a while before they arrive. You think this is the work of a curse bearer? With suspicious deaths popping up one after another, we have to assume that it is. Shit. Guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. That's such a lovely thing to look at, isn't it? Boss, the phone's ringing. He seems distracted by the phone. Answer. It could be a curse. Hey, I said we are gonna check it out. You expect me to go alone? You're the one who's tough against this stuff. Don't worry, boss. You could do it. Go on now. Ah! Kinjiboard Park phone booth. Evening, Detective Tsutsumi. How are things looking out there? Oh, okay. Okay, that's not creepy. Who is this? I finally got him! The real deal! Detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi himself! Oh, wait, that's Chief Inspector Tsutsumi now, isn't it? You've come a long way since we last met. I asked you to identify yourself. Man, have you forgotten already after all the time we spent together? What a time that was! As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround. Nejima, yeah. Did you say Fumichika Nejima? You got it! I had a feeling that the great Chief Tsutsumi would remember me. I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy. You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think and atone for your sins. That it did. I've repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle. Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit that you did. I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole. Is this the real Fumichika Nejima? He must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. So is this payback? What is your goal? Now, you gotta understand. I've repented, seeing the light. I've been a good boy since I was granted parole. I even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path. That's very nice. Keep it up. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give it you a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. Do you get what I'm saying? No thanks. I don't need anything. No need to do all that for me. Just try and live a quiet life. Oh, it's no hassle. No hassle at all. It would all be too easy to just kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge. You fucking bet it is. I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me. And I did it all for you, Satsumi, so please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings. I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you. Shut the fuck up. That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. Ooh. What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away. I just told you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time, I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy. Wow, oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nejima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Shut the fuck up. This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much. Okay, Satsumi's a real one for this. Like, just fucking mocking him right away. What a fucking giga Chad. It was worth a shot. Did you really think that would sate me, asshole? You must be crazy. Well, then we're both crazy. We've got so much in common. We should be friends. Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can. I'm gonna kill everyone you care about one by one till there's no one left. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Boss? What about me? Yeah. Oh, wait. Are you just trying to protect me? There's not a single person that you care about? I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that. Don't you fucking dare, I'm warning you. Oh, very nice. This is more like it. She's living all alone on her own now, isn't she? Attending university and all. Such a good girl. Don't tell me that she just happens to live in Honjo. No, forget it. This isn't funny, asshole. I'm gonna find you and make you pay. I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears. Fuck you. The tension. I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll be just like old times. I won't let that happen. Oh my god. How do you know where I'm at, where I am? That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for. This is delicious. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun racking your tiny little brain for it. I guess I could give you a little hint. Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Tatsumi, you have the evergreen bitch, no? You're a curse bearer? You're using the power of the curse? Indeed, and what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hints end. The curse echo could have fallen into worse hands. One more thing that we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally going to shut up. I'm already sick of you, so I'll pass. Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me that you'd get bored. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. But this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm gonna kill all the people you swore to protect, every last person living here. Oh, but with this curse of mine, I can. I'll give you until dusk. But then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so. And it'll all be your fault. Oh, and it must be so hard to know that they'll all die because of you. So tragic. It must be tearing you apart. Don't fuck with me. There's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is a particularly strong one. Which means I can have my fun without needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off? How about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? What about that, asshole? Idiot, you think I'd call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away for you. I'll find you. I won't let you get away with this, Nejima. You've got 12 hours. Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plans? Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. And I'll even have enough soul dregs to pull off the rite of resurrection. How splendid! Okay. Woo! This is fucking spicy. Ario, did you catch all of that? Nejima, what is he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the 7 mysteries are wrapped up in this is going to make things tricky. Nejima being a curse bearer? Just our luck. It couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught in the crossfire. We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Later, it was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. The Honjo serial killings still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshimi. At Tsumi's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumichika Nejima's whereabouts. Tsutsumi and Ario themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closes on that cursed night. Oh my god! Why do I feel like I just had a bad ending? Okay, hold on. So his daughter. University. So they're in high school. Yako, Mio. That's high school. Hitomi. So it has to be, well, it could be Ayame too, I guess, but I think it makes more sense if it is, it makes more sense if it's Hadaway. Father's never around, ties the police, makes sense. Okay. Ooh, now which direction do I want to go in? I think I want to go to Hitomi's help. I'm going to go with Yako and Mio. Woo! Yako makes it home safely, but still isn't sure how to proceed with her curse. She worries about Mio as the night passes. Yeah, we need Mio. She's a strong psychic. $8 a.m.? Woo! Oh, good morning, Yako. Yako, rise and shine. You're up. Huh? Oh, it's morning? Are you okay? Can you remember your name? I'm Yako. Good. Seems like you're fully awake. Oh, Mio, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. In that situation, it's the best that you can hope for. Yeah, living is good. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also felt bad that you've been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just who are you exactly, Mio? Oh, well, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural. You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging? I had quite the eventful childhood. That sounds like it must have been tough. It would take a long time to explain, so let's just leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like an assistant, to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. Wow, that's amazing! So it's like a part-time job you do while also being a student? I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training, so I don't get any money. Oh, you've got it rough then, but still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. I never knew if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. That's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school, and why I'm going to look into the cause of all of this. But for now, let's head to school. Yeah. Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try? I do have it, but... Is it really so wrong trying to bring Michio back, I mean? I can't approve of it. The rite may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then... Yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and what I'll put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? I promise I won't use the curse, no matter what. But maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up the possibility just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For the Michio that still exists within me, I'll settle things that we can move so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Thank you, Mio. Let's go. Candy shop. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store cooking manjiyaki and playing traditional tops and cards games with the local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it is not uncommon to see these large privately owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat manjiyaki, as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines. Gotcha! In the front. Some facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrive during the period of high economic growth, when many confectionery manufacturers enter the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. That is very sad. Oh, it tells you where to get them. Approach the net. A bottom shelf surrounded by darkness. Oh, they do tell you. I do like the history lessons from the files, yeah. Huh? I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. I feel like I have to protect Mio with my goddamn life. This isn't good. Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Mr. Jonouchi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either, since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. There's no way! Because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Jonouchi's body was in the middle of the grounds, but his body was covered in bruises, like he'd fallen from somewhere high. Oh. Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely that it has something to do with the curse. You're saying someone used their curse on him last night? Seems like it, doesn't it? But that's so scary! Oh, the curses really do kill people! And someone used it! Shh, keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Jonouchi died? He was seen alone with Hitomi in a classroom late at night by Yako and Mio. Yeah. That was the homeroom teacher. So he did end up dying that night. So Hideki Arayashi was the writer. Jonouchi was the homeroom teacher. Ooh. I wish we had a little bit more information, but they've locked up the front gate. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance. That person over there. Isn't that Hitomi? That's unusual. Oh, but she was at the school last night too. She must know something about Mr. Jonouchi. Let's see what she has to say. Mio, wait for me! Dude, Mio's a fucking badass. Why can't we have her as the main character? So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. She owes you? Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, oh, exorcisms. Huh? So that's what it was? I want to know about Mio's badassery. Hitomi, were you possessed by some kind of an evil spirit? I don't understand it all too well myself. What can I say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard. So, that's how it works, huh? So, do people also have their personality taken over when possessed? It's possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. The seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus? Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits that they call. Though there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person, but even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it'd only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. I'm gonna take a second. I really want to read the powers again. I'm trying to remember the story behind the one-sided read. I don't remember. So he cut off the arm and leg off of one side of her body and then threw it into the canal. And the reeds growing along the canal have only sprouted leaves on one side. Okay. If that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior of your own will or not? Hence why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper their connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is definitely pretty complicated, huh? It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. It's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training. Huh, I think I'll pass. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio? I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up all of a sudden saying she was gonna exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked her lights out. You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything? You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results. I guess that makes sense. Did you hear about Mr. Jonouchi? Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. You saw it happen? What happened? Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What I can tell you... It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out under the ground like something was chasing him, and then screamed. Somebody help me, forgive me, Michio. Or something like that while he was running around. Was there anyone else out on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was, but just for a second I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids. I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life, like I was wrong and I'll do anything. Then all of a sudden, his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him? He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I'd better get out of there. And then he croaked, and that's all I saw. From what you told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Jonouchi and killed him. Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Woo! But that would have been Michio. Or at least in the picture, that with the braids. Oh boy. Oh, this music is nice. Did you tell that story to the police? Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they believe such an insane story anyways. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. He did? I'm sorry to hear. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You've got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. This was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that that was hard enough for you. That's all I know about that asshole's death. I've been thinking something, Neo. The way she described it reminded me. The way Mr. Jonouchi died, it sounds a lot like how Michio died. I didn't see it myself, but it was like she had fallen from up high. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses hadn't manifested when she died. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Oh, right. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Are you sure about that? But tell me, last night before you witnessed Mr. Jonouchi's collapse, can I ask what he and you were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Oh, right, with everything that happened with Mr. Jonouchi. They'll suspect you if we told them we saw you with him that night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. I feel like Hitomi belongs in Persona 5. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So, last night, that piece of shit Jonouchi called me over here, acting like he was gonna attack me or something. How terrible! Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Woo! Calling people worthless and a cancer on society when he doesn't know shit about him. That asshole was the one who asked That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me. Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain. Where to start? What did you mean by Mr. Jonouchi acting like scum? Was he doing something bad? You know Michio Shidishi, right? The girl who killed herself? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. So it was blackmail! What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? Sorry, Chip. I'll leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in. Oh, what do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I have not known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Jonouchi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt that she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. Hitomi, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. Oop, It won't come out. Well, that's awkward. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him asking what he was doing. Walked in on it? I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. She probably thought that she just had to do it, had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. Of course, Jonouchi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. Hitomi, if you knew about it, then why didn't you... You trying to say it's my fault? You told me not to say... She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yako, there's no point blaming Hitomi. Ooh, that was spicy. Did you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago. For that long? The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been doing. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know? There must be some reason. Dunno, got nothing to do with me. So, last night, how did it start? Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy, but good at looking out for folks. So he was the only one I could talk to. So there was someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. On another thing, one time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side. It must have been a terrible loss for her too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. Dude, Hitomi, what the fuck? Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he'd listen to whatever it was that I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over like usual. But something seemed off about him, like he was worried about something. Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. It was pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. Just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. He told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio had that looked like this one. What does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had like a special talisman or something. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject. The talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonouchi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is it that you had that had such a strong grip on you? So basically, Yoshimi didn't have just his eye on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So, since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside it, there's just a weird, kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it? But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass. I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that... Yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt something was going to happen to him. Do you know him, Mio? No, I've heard the name, I think. So there really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief to hear, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. Hitomi. That talisman, would you mind if I had a look at it? I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. So last night you were looking for the talisman that Michio had? Yeah. And I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic responses like, I can't talk about it now, come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he used it for secret meetings before. Ugh, I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. So, yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Were you okay? That's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Jonouchi was freaking out. Oh my gosh, good thing you got away! So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterward, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I headed nearby. Then I saw you and the old man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up. That's also why I saw Jonouchi come back outside and bite it. So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman? Oops. I was dumb to fall for that creep Jonouchi's trap so easily. It could have gone a lot worse, but I lucked out. What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Jonouchi. Hi, Wise! She did have a reason to hate him after all. No way, you mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real? Those who die bearing a strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it'd usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible that they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing what that spirit board said is true, Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is, I don't think that she was the kind of girl who would just give up on no matter what the situation. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. And that's all I know. Happy? I still gotta look for the talisman. Oh, and if you do find out anything about Michio's talisman, we'll be sure to let you know. Can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you? Right, I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call her if we need to talk with you. And, you're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore. Just saying that to someone, though. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later, and don't die out there, okay? Yeah, Mio better not die. Yako, though, maybe it's okay. We got a lot of new information. Sounds like Mr. Jonouchi was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means that there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Yes, the curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Jonouchi seemed to be different. The people in the school at the time, other than us, were Mr. Jonouchi, Hitomi, and an old man Ashimiya, who were you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Jonouchi is pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, that's why I say that there are multiple. Oh, right! The person who killed Mr. Jonouchi would have to be one, too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Ashimiya. We should certainly be careful of them, that said. The mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Jonouchi thought it was Michio that was attacking him has me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered! I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely that he's involved with the curses, given that he's the one doing research on the rite of resurrection. So, we'll have to be careful of old man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now, I'd like to find who is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source. That makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We'll need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way that I can. But the school's closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go? Are they gonna meet up with the detectives? Oh! Oh. Oh. Jeez. Okay. That's a lot. Holy shit. I think Takumi Yumioka. I'm trying to come up with a theory on him particularly, but... Because he's the only, like, super weird guy that doesn't fit into, like, any scenario right now. Well, I guess Ayame does as well. But yeah, Takumi Yumioka. He's a weird guy. Weird as in, I'm gonna kill him next time I see him. That kind of weird. I don't trust him. I don't regret killing him before. It was a good decision that I made to kill him. Alright, so the former Yasuda Gardens. I'm gonna try my best to protect Mio at all costs. Mio is such a badass. So, the thing is, with the janitor, Mio died as a result of me telling the janitor about Mio. And me being worried about Mio. So, that's immediately suspicious. Mio and Yako decided on their next location to investigate. Oh. I guess I'll just go back to the detectives then? That was weird. I didn't expect it to just, like, cut off there. Expose the LZ. I will put the controller in front of the camera and you will watch me press LZ against this random guy that I don't even know that I'm gonna kill. And hopefully you guys will support me in my murder spree. Thanks. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information. Took you long enough. Strange deaths popping up over the place that may or may not have something to do with the curses. We also need to keep looking into Yoshimi and Neijima. For now, we better start up following the leads that we've got. I guess I'd better see what Ario's found out. Mockingbird number 16. Oh my god, is that like a funky student type of hairstyle? Funky student Mockingbird? Forensics has finished their investigation and the body has been carried away. That said, we're still closing the park to the public, at least for the time being. This place was really giving me the creeps last night, but it looks pretty normal now with the sun out. Alright, we can only talk to Mr. June here. He's been up all night gathering information. Must be nice to be young and have that kind of energy, but I'm glad to have him on my side. It gave me a chance to rest up. Getting rest is important. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Okay, the serial killings. A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the one in this park. So let's start with that one. Young man, Shogo. Shogo, 25, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in his lungs. He drowned. In the middle of a park, he drowned? That's not possible. It's got to be a curse we're dealing with here. About that, boss, isn't this park associated with one of the 7 mysteries? This park is the Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between a canal and death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, Ario. You're starting to get the hang of this. Let's assume they're related. What next? Before that, the body of a woman was found behind a residential complex in Kamizawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She was an office worker who lived on her own in the area. Tawako Hayashi? I don't recognize that name at all. A new character? The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered, but considering the way she was found, we're looking for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop. She was stepped on. She was stepped on? Kills by fatal fall. That's the fool's procession. I have to go now. Andy! Thank you so much for holding the fort down in the chat. I really appreciate it. Go have a good evening, my friend. The Haunting Clappers. That's that one. And then there's the Evergreen Bitch. Hanging. The Taiko of Suguru? The residence and its special privileges. I guess it could be. Not that. The only one that's like striking is maybe the Taiko one, but I don't actually know. Oh, that's the foot washing mansion? What? Oh. Oh, I forgot about like the origin story. I was looking at the curse power. Damn it. The place the body was discovered is also known to be related to the 7 mysteries. This is Namagaki's doing? Shit. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the third victim, he was identified as Kohei Jonouchi, 32. He was found in the school's courtyard. External trauma from a fall or a heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium or the main building. The teacher dying at the school. Not just any school. Kamagata House is one of the 7 mysteries. Oh, shit. I know this. I know this. It's the Fool's Procession? Yeah. Oh, don't doubt yourself, Crystal. It's where the Fool's Procession is supposed to be. Either way, it seems all 3 victims can be tied to the 7 mysteries. You've got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right, and Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the 7 mysteries. Problem is that the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the 7 mysteries? If that were the case, we'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner, one who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that. I don't really know much about that stuff. I'd be more surprised if you did. Looking at these deaths, it seems like many of the curse bearers acted last night. But we can't rule out that there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. Yikes, hadn't thought of that! Yikes, what do you mean more people are dying? There is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems that the curses can't be activated while the sun's out. Oh, that's great news. So basically we're safe during daytime? And I also like to ask why. It's also likely why Nejima gave us until dusk. Ah, he must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day. Either way, we've got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye aye, boss. At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namagaki had the foot washing. Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We've got both of their curse stones. Nejima, the one-sided reed. So these are like the current, what we know. Oh, this is so nice! Notes on known curse bearers. It's funny how they don't have Shogo on there for the Whispering Canal, but we do know that. So, oh, that's so nice. It also explains that too. So, the Beckoning Light and the Taiko of Suguru. The Beckoning Light, Hoonji at night. Okay, and then the Taiko of Suguru. I'm wondering if the Ayame girl might have one of those. There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers too. He should be our top priority. He could do real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little bit more into Yoshimi. I got a feeling that there's some connection there. Sounds like we got our work cut out for us. This is a lot of work, man. Dang. It seems like right now we have so many mysteries happening in the game that I'm not actually I'm not seeing how they're gonna wrap this up. Like, some things are connected, but I'm interested to see where this game goes in the future, because I know this is like technically a short game, and I'm like, I'm not saying I'm close to the end, but I feel like I should be able to see some sort of a vision at this point. And I don't. It's an open book test. The fact that I can open up my files. Hey, I knew 2 of those, okay? 2 of them. Give me some credit here. Just like a little bit of credit. I asked about Sumida's Community Safety Bureau where Yoshimi was stationed. It seems like he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio. He was determining whether it really was a suicide, looking into the height, the force, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play because he ordered a full investigation. It's already been deemed a suicide, and his superiors told him to not go stirring things up. According to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building a ways away from the road. There was no evidence of vehicular collision, so it was ruled a suicide. He thought there was more to it. A truck or other flat-faced vehicle traveling at high speeds could have inflicted similar damage. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. There's a chance that it wasn't a suicide. There were no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. So the same could be assumed for Jonouchi as well. But the vehicle couldn't have come out from a collision like that unscathed. So I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicles with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth. You love this game? Such a fun mystery. So far, I'm very, very invested into it. I really am enjoying this game a lot. You think the driver is the one who did him in? Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics and the traffic bureau. His death wouldn't have covered things up. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit-and-run, it doesn't seem like enough to a reason to kill a cop. Oh, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else, too. I managed to get a hold of Michio's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by, too. Good thinking. Hopefully they'll give us some more leads. All right, let's move on to the next topic. Yes, I did know that. Everyone keeps mentioning this. Remember the girl Yoshimi met with the day he died? One Hitomi Okuda? Community safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand. Not even an address? Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said that they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said that they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. She still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. She could be a key witness. Can't we have a community safety tracker down? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Komagata High School is closed. Because of the teacher that died? Alright, but if it's not something we can do today, we might have to forget about it. Let's move on. I got some information about Yoshimi's fiancée. Her name is Mayu Chozawa. 27 years old, she works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But, oh boy, here it comes. But what? Community safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died. Not by phone or at her house. Dead silence. Emphasis probably on dead. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? Oh my god, she is so cute! No wonder she's a beautician. It shows. She knows her shit. Damn. What a cutie patootie. Mayu's current whereabouts remain unknown. Ooh, she cute. Okay, slay girl, slay. It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps? It's fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or a spouse, but Yoshimi was well-liked, and they've been together for over 10 years. You never know, things could be different behind closed doors. But we'll have to consider the opposite scenario too. Could be that the same person who was out for Yoshimi is also is after his fiancée. She could be in danger. You're right, either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking for her. We'll know as soon as she's found. Guess I better see what Ario's found out. Okay, gotta keep talking. So, Nejima! HQ has mobilized a search unit for Nejima, but so far we haven't received any word. Guessing he wasn't at home or at work? About that, apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? So we have no idea where he lives? It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was working at. They told me he was only there for a month before he quit. You're telling me nobody caught that? I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he's been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking in on his workplace. He also said that he lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place. Oh my fucking god. How can they be that bad at their job? That's just sloppy. I've heard that they're giving parole to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room in the prisons. Which also means that there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked. Oh my god. Nejima got a fuck about... So Nejima got to fuck about unsupervised. That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse or insanity, whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That explains why he so brazenly made contact. That asshole, he's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot is being filed. That's gonna take way too long. We only have until dusk. Basically, we are so fucked that we are so incredibly fucked. We're fucked. Fucked. Speaking of Nejima, did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her into protective custody as soon as possible. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either. Ew, that's not good. Does that mean she never came home? Why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up, I don't have her contact info. She really doesn't trust you, huh? I told her mother that it was an emergency and that we'd send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree. Guess that explains why you got divorced. But if you, her firm or father, can't find her, how the hell did Nejima do it? Nejima. Former. That cuts deep. Yikes, sorry, it just kind of slipped out. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with his curse echo. Back on topic already, huh? They seem more reserved and grounded than most visual novels I've played. Yeah, the character designs? They're really, really wonderful. I may even allow him to act from a distance. Ooh. The one-sided read. What was that story about again? A man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up. One of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. You just bought the second one? I have to buy it still. I technically didn't even get it. But I'm hoping... Is it released on the Switch too? Because that's where I'm playing this one, so I was hoping I could stay on the Switch too. Yeah? Okay, cool. There were more people at it. All we can do is throw more people at it till we find something. I'll check in with HQ frequently to see if they've got any updates. And that's about it. Shall we continue our investigation? We could go to Kamagata High School to look into Hitomi Okuda, or to Michio's house to find out more about her. Welcome! And now I'm sorry I left the banger. Ooh, interesting. Can I keep going here? I'm wondering if I needed to go somewhere else. Start from location select? I tried to go to the gardens and it didn't let me. Yako Sakazaki. At their Ryogoku Bridge. And so, Mio and Yako decided on their next location to investigate. Okay, so I don't think you can go anywhere here. It's not like quite unlocked yet. Okay, so... I think I'm gonna stay with the detectives before going back to Haruhi and the private investigator, Richter. All my music's back. Oh, yeah. I want to start with... Ooh, Michio is more interesting, so I'm going to save that one for last. Ooh, that is such a good track. We lost a killer. Cue the funky jazz sax music. Fuck yeah! Here we go. Classes are suspended, so the students are just wandering around aimlessly. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the Fool's procession and, of course, where the teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find clues, don't you think? The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kind of tense with this many cops around. I hope this music never stops. Also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. The school gate will stay locked with while forensics inspects the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved. Easier said than done, though. Speaking of schools, you said Paranormal Affairs can't help us right now, so why don't we get that psychic high schooler you mentioned to help us? A lot of people involved in this case lead back to the school, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Hey, who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us out, help us scout the area. Alright, chat, here's the crazy theory. So what if Nejima is actually Jun Ario this whole time? This guy, he's seemingly so innocent, isn't he? But this whole time he's been egging me on. It's him. It's Jun Ario. If there's anyone who can help us scout out the area. Okay. School building? Yoshimi also looked out for those students at City Officer. Juvenile delinquency has been growing a problem for years now. The school is no exception. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people. Targeting teachers as well as students and often involving weapons consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Bosuzoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and pompadoured Yankees and female sukeban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to a universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the educational system. There's nobody that can help us scout out the area. Nobody's around. Well, no real people. These are ghost people. Maybe we come back here after we go visit Michio? 9 a.m., a perfectly reasonable time for students to be at school. Okay, looks like we gotta move. Guess we're going to Michio's neighborhood. Near the Shidishi household. Seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. We don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. You want to go alone? But what if I don't trust you? The houses are really crammed together in these narrow alleyways. Strangers like us walking through definitely stand out. It really feels like old Tokyo. It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. Seems like everyone decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. Alright, I'll go check out the house. Oh boy. I don't like this. Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. I glanced in the windows, there's no sign of activity inside, and I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into their mailbox. Suspend? It's the first time we've seen that. Not much we can do if they're not home. Let's go somewhere else for now. Ario looks kind of disappointed. So I think our detectives are stuck? What's up, chat? What's up, newbie? Newbie, how you doing? His little face, I love his little puckered face. Alright, it looks like the game actually wants me to suspend. You cannot currently progress any further. Once your situation has changed, select resume to try again. Pressing suspend will return you to the story chart. Yeah. So no more detectives, I guess. Alright, so private investigator time. Richter continues to gather information about the curse stones while Haruo lies awake until dawn, preoccupied by the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. I know, I'm sorry about losing the funny sax. The funky sax. The music was awesome. Now we just have dark, depressing Haruo's story. Really sad. Good morning, ma'am. How you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then. That aside, why are you so late this morning? Unfortunately, some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. I did get some research done in what limited time that I had. Hey, Kadaj! This is the old mansion where I was born and raised. This town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drafts out from the industrial area. What a beautiful game. It is very beautiful. 10 out of 10 would recommend it. Short, sweet, good visual novel if you like visual novels. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. It matters little. My only concern is whether I can see my child again. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with a curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes. I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it might prove much easier than you'd expect. Cash, for instance? That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigimas, would it? Or bribing curse bearers? Okay. Why, any amount will be fine if it get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom. With that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. Okay. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning? Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've got to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. Only 3? That's what I thought. Even the victims were curse bearers. Just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers might be a cautious bunch. Haruo's or Richter's Melancholy guitar is also a bop. I do like this song. It's melancholy. It's pretty sad. What's holding them back? Are we not after the power of resurrection? There may still be yet some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. It's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all? Oh, could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Sorry, I thought that was repeated text for some reason. You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. You think that the person is not one of the curse bearers? You've got a sharp mind, man. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rite, this would be very risky, since as a curse bearer, they themselves would become a target. So, it'd actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right, but despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Well, let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves? Their intention was to also steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. You know, whenever he puts it like that, then this beginning guy starts to make sense if he doesn't want to partake, but he spurred everybody into action. Who he is a whole other thing entirely, but he wasn't a curse bearer when we killed him. So how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. What do you suppose that how we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught. Do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them. I only managed to get detailed information on 2. They're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Midoricho Park. You even determined her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. I called every single university with Ukio in its curriculum, pretending to be her parent. Oh my god! Wait, you called every university? It's like 9 in the morning right now. You did that overnight, but universities are closed. Either that or you called them at like 7 in the morning. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this guy's built different. I went around to check on her place on the way here. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She's planning to steal the curse stones just like us. It's best that we act carefully around her. Or we could just like walk up to her, pinch her cheeks, and be like, let's work together, you're so cute. And also, power play for essentially dating your boyfriend just for money. Go get him, girl. Next is the tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. What can I say? He works as a secretary to Hihaku Soaps. His name is Takumi Yumioka. They've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. That hat is such a vibe. His hat, Richter's, it's a nice vibe. Oh, hell yeah. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assumed that she'd want her factories running at full capacity, but with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right, even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. Newsflash, they still are. I wonder what man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope that you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the right would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Ah, that's an interesting thought. Beauty and skincare, huh? I ran into one more suspicious young man. I couldn't get a good look at him, though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. But I can make an educated guess. The researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Rite of Resurrection, the one that lives near here, his name is Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature. Even he is involved. How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? It's possible. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Watagesui Street. Okay. I would love to talk to the first man that I killed. That was so long ago at the beginning of the playthrough, back whenever I was still scared of this game, but now this game isn't even scary. Especially now that it's daytime. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Kamagata. The person was identified as a school teacher, Jonouchi. Do you think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means that the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio's residence. It'd be wise to pay a visit. Maybe that's where we meet up with our detective friends. That'd actually be really fun. In addition to the 3 victims, there's Michio, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. Strange deaths continue occurring like so. They're bound to inspire strange rumors. Those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries. It's true, both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it can't be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved, even with those killings. Oh, she got serious. What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysteries curses? Can we really assume that they're unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. Ooh! I like that he put forth like some of his personal emotion in there from his past too. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. That's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am. Which places have stood out to me most so far? Okay. Well, the places that have stood out most to me so far... Well, obviously, the high school. Let's go to the high school. No, wait, fuck. No, let's save the high school for last. I lied. Straight up lied. Because that's where the other 2 detectives are. Satsumi and, June. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. This place is connected with the story of Taiko of Suguru. Not only that, Katsushika Hakusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayame chose to live here. Dude, she chose to live in the same place as the famous artist? Dude, she's like crazy, crazy. She did that on purpose? Imagine being someone's biggest fan so much that you choose a location to live in based on where that person lived. I can't say that I have ever heard of anyone doing that, but that actually terrifies me that people can go that far. That's a little creepy. Even if they're dead. A small park sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. I think that's called stalking. Yeah. Even if they're dead, still. Like, it's okay. It's a bit weird. Ghost stalking. Yeah, we gotta clarify the terminology here. Ghost stalking, as it were. While no trace remains in the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of a Suguru estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hakusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. This music is so nice. It seems picking up Ayame's trail is out of the question for now. Why did we even come here? It's fine. Calm down. Richter seems to like kids, perhaps because they're on the same wavelength. Oh! Did she just internally call Richter a child? We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go check out Ayane's apartment? I'd prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace on her movements. I shouldn't be long. She's not wrong, but it's still quite a thought to have. Nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. They've got a sharp eye to have noticed them, despite them being so covert. What can I say? It's part of the job. It meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. I was unable to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go that far? I mean, that's what a good investigator does. Right? Hihaku Soap's headquarters. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. Ooh, interesting. He tells me he barely slept last night, and yet he seems to be brimming with energy. Was I too that resilient at his age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest. I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. I'll be better off if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around. Visit a cafe for tea or something. To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsuo Yamamori is called the Queen. Hihaku. Chemical producer, ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetics department. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsuo Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boon to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging into roots deep into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding toward the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name, Hihaku, also refers to kasuri, a type of patterned fabric. Oh no. Wait, persons of interest too? Sorry, I should have, Oh, damn, she old! Sorry, I didn't expect her to be that old. I thought she would be like a woman in her 40s. 50s. Oh, wait, no, she said that she started this company at the end of the war. 1946. Oh, Jesus, never mind. Okay. Natsue is the former president. She retired from her position 2 years ago. She still wields great influence. There have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. The Witch? She's a witch! Prior to the war, Natsue enjoyed working her dream job as at a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world. However, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, she was ordered to rework the fabrics she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in a post-war period, Natsue left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsue saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products, which quickly gained a good reputation. After the shrewd businesswoman, Natsue ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV, featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku soaps into a household name. Well, damn, what a fucking woman. Running a business like that, it ain't easy. She's like she actually is a queen. I know it's her nickname. But no, she actually, like, is a queen. That smile, though, she knows her power. I love a woman that knows her power. Like, fuck yeah. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary. Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders? It's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at a resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. I'm gonna go in. It may be a while, so please feel free to kill some time. Uh-oh. Oh no. Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to the conclusion I met with Takumi. There's no doubt, he's the same man I saw last night. Doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer, though. That doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Just like the way he talked to Shogo back then. I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night, however. You said your name was Richter? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping that you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What do you want about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think that you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You're a curse bearer and all? You're right, we lack time. I'll confess, I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming that you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Miss Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. Girl, what? She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. Yumioka looks like he got out of a bad haircut. He kind of... I feel like he did, yeah. Maybe he's like trying really hard to impress the boss lady. But he's just like such a nerd and he doesn't know that he looks really fucking bad. That's my lore. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the sight of these curses run rampant. You're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamyodo who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. That's the same thing that he told Shogo at the very beginning. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? There are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Huh, very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. Oh! We have 6? I don't believe him. I don't believe him. 6? Whoa, okay, I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. Seems we're on the same page. Six, huh? If that's the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. Sorry to disappoint, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really? Now. Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to, but I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. You won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume? How prudent of you. I'll oblige. And that's how it went. Okay, this guy is terrifying in a way. There aren't any after the right after all. I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive. Now I feel gullible. The company is plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any sold rights. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch? I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. I'm wondering if this guy, Takumi, could potentially be the same person as Nejima. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spreads that Hihaku's chairwoman has godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's unsettling. We should avoid Hihaku for the time being. It'd be a pain if I have to deal with Takumi again. I don't think I ever want to think about Takumi ever again. The Queen of Hihaku, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the rite of resurrection. It's like some kind of dark fairy tale. Regardless of what it is, it isn't true. We must stay one step ahead. There's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee. So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to more than speculation. I've reason to believe that Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the 7 mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. Alright. I can finally get out of here! And go to the high school, where hopefully we meet up with our detective friends. June and Susuki. That guy. I guess it's logical that the police has got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? That works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. Blend in my ass. Wait, no, but I didn't... Yeah, I meant that. It seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited. He appears to be wary of these police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against private investigators, just like in those detective novels. 2 people have died. Jonouchi and a student, Michio. Is there anything else to be gained here? This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled since they don't know anything about curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Inquire. Go! Go, my private investigator dog! I like how I can just order him around. I'm back, ma'am. That school's kids sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Jonouchi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought, but there was one story that caught my attention. Some believe that Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jonouchi. The story's got 2 pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students. And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that juicy don't stay a secret for long. And for the other piece, a pig-tailed girl in her school uniform was seen around the school late last night. Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some are proposing it was Michio brought back to life or that it was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio is the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames. But if it were true, I'd want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that'd be ideal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of student addresses on hand. That's an amazing find. I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. I read lust? Like the students have a copy of lust. Oh, yes. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Well, imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands. Well, so far it hasn't, no? Let's hope it stays that way. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio's house. I can imagine the students are uneasy after learning about the murder. It may do well to stay home for some time. It's not for fear of their safety. They are teenagers. They sure as hell are teenagers. This is true. And you know what? Teenagers would be... I'd be concerned if they weren't lusting after Mr. Richter Kai here. He's a hottie. Could you imagine? You know... I feel like if I was in the shoes of a middle schooler right now, I'd go to my school because it's closed, my teacher died in the courtyard, so everyone's like hanging around the area and like gossiping and stuff. And then a hot detective, private investigator, just like comes along and everyone's like, ooh! Like, of course I'd be one of those people that'd be like, oh my god, the detective on the case is so hot. And nobody liked the teacher anyway, so I don't know if the kids are actually that affected. The music is giving a bit not so percussive Rodrigo and Gabriella. I don't know those artists. Mr. Kai, are you looking for a weird teenage girl to be your psychic? Exactly, though. Mio, I bet is gonna be so lucky. Mio's gonna end up teaming with these people, and I'm gonna be kind of jealous. I'd expect her family might be able to tell us more, but it's a hard topic to bring up so soon after her suicide. It's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. Who is that person? Richter Kai is a detective in the game? It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some school policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal information. That's right, I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again. I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times where the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in. What's this about? Actually, just forget I said anything. Ooh, sensitive subject for Mr. Richter here. They have some music in Breaking Bad. Another reason I need to watch Breaking Bad. How did it go? I went to visit Michio's family home. No one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door. All the lights were out. Empty for a while. There was a stack of newspapers. Same deal as the other detective, discovering these things. It's a bit quieter. It's a residential area, after all. All these rundown row houses really scream working class, don't they? I don't understand why no one's come to this house, even after Michio committed suicide. I wonder if this place is okay. I think I am about to die here, actually. I've never liked these messy, cluttered back streets. They give me the jitters every time. It's reassuring to have someone as strong and tall as Richter accompanying me. He looks so unfazed. I suppose a detective is used to this kind of thing, always investigating and chasing criminals. I wouldn't be cut out for it. Oh, I heard really good things about Better Call Saul. I think Dom was yelling at me to watch that show. Wait, Better Call Saul. I thought that was a movie. That's a TV series? Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. I met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out, Shidiishi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year. I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just 2 of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with our neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn. So far, so good. What happened? Wait, they're connected? Better Call Saul is a TV series. El Camino is a movie. Is the movie. Oh, okay. Thanks. I feel a little bit more educated now. Well, as I said, the reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband has moved into the household. His name was apparently Konkichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow, everyone knew his name. So what of this Iwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. And if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. The Shiraishi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. And then, Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shiraishis entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again, it seems that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where one's partner personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. That's Konkichiro Iwai? He's bald. You know what that means. No, don't got him. Damn it. Bald means you can wear a weave. Bald means you can wear a weave and disguise yourself as anybody. Never trust bald people. They can dress up as anybody, okay? Konkichiro started coming and going from the Shidishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. Yikes. Well. So you came here too. What is it? Yay! We finally get to all meet up! Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? Yay! I don't think it's necessarily bad that we all meet up together. Cool, well, now we can do this side. It's the caps! Shidishi household. Let's start here. Since that's where we just left off. We're all buddies. Mm-hmm. Oops. I was hoping... Okay, that was a mistake. I was trying to... The household. There you go. And I waited and he came back. Ario looks disappointed. Do we already have to leave? Oh, damn. Oh, our music's back. Oh no, it's telling me to suspend again. Oh, I thought it would connect now. Okay. Maybe they want me to go back here. Start from location select. Let's go to the high school. Hopefully they let me. They're not letting me. No. Mio and Yako decided on their next location to investigate. Nani? Nani? The candy shop? Doesn't look like it's gonna let me go anywhere. Oh, maybe? No! What the fuck? I am quite confused. After this, you would assume that we would get the scene here with them together. Since this just happened, you know? I guess I'll just try the last place. I don't think it's gonna work, but I might as well just give it a try. And then I'll go back to the detectives one more time. Nope, still nothing. Mio's such a cutie. If Mio ends up dying in this story, I'm gonna be very, very upset. Because I really like her. Start at the high school. That's right. I'm just doing this for the music, y'all. Okay, so if I move from here to the neighborhood then, like if I travel back, are they gonna be there and I can stop them? I'm hoping that that's the case. No! Oh no! Chat, we're stuck. Not meeting up. Oh! I found a mockingbird. I see. The game didn't want me to continue because they really wanted me to get the mockingbird. This time it's not giving me a suspend option, which I think is a good thing. Can't tell if it's actually progress or not. That mockingbird ain't found, you have to go another round. Maybe that's it. No, it can't be. Does it just repeat? So that's where suspend comes in. And then if I travel back, one last time. Cool game. Weird that it ended in a place like this. Okay, so yeah, this is really strange. It is telling me that I can't continue here. Can I maybe go back at a different point here and get a different result? Like start from the conversation with Hitomi? No, that doesn't seem right to me to do that. Chat, does anybody... I think I need some, like, nudge. Oh, welcome back. Andy, you came out at the perfect time. I need a nudge in the right direction, because I'm not sure why I can't do anything right now. To me, it makes sense that that they met up here, so you would go back here. It's with the girls? Wait, it is? So, should I do, like, location selection? I tried these 3 locations, but I guess I could try going back to these. No, it still stops me here. Should I try an earlier point with the girls? Like start from the conversation with Hitomi? Yeah, maybe just another nudge. Just from Andy, chat. Just from Andy. I don't want anybody else to do it. It doesn't make sense if it's nothing but the location selection, though. And the only other one that I didn't do, well, since the last time I tried, is the bridge. Try more locations. Chat, I just said I only want Andy to help me. But yeah, at this point, I have done all 5 that are offered to me. Okay. Yeah, I guess, okay. We're gonna have to try something else. You to continue elsewhere. So, that's what I was asking before. Should I try it at the Hitomi conversation? I don't know if I should start at the school. No? Wait, where should I go? Now I'm very confused. Try going to the detectives? I already went to the detectives twice, and I went through all the dialogue options, and it told me to suspend. So they forced me to suspend. And they, like, the game told me I can't continue the detectives anymore. And I can't go anywhere with the girls. This is so frustrating. I was on a roll, man. And yeah, this is just all this conversation. Okay, so that's not gonna... There was no, like, there was no, like, dialogue options with Hitomi's conversation. Yeah, I'm confused. I genuinely don't know what to do. Chat, I need help. Maybe not just Andy now. If anybody has an idea. Genuinely don't know. location with the girls. What? That makes no sense. Making them all stay in one location, but that's what I did. So so Richter ended up at Michio's residence. That's where they ended. So if I resume here and I have them go to the household where I ended and where they met up, then it doesn't happen. So I'm just like... So, go back to the detectives and start from somewhere else, is what you guys are telling me? It doesn't seem to make sense to go, like, back. Oh, yeah, definitely. Wait. No, that's not it. Should I Google it? Nothing is helping. Well, yeah, I've been asking for the answer. I've been asking. I'm very confused. I've been asking, chat. So go to school as the detectives? So you want me to go back to the detective, but I just did this. Or do you want me to go back to the detectives here? No. Because, like, if we're trying to match, like, timelines up, and we want the detectives to meet Mio and Yako, then I would go back here. But I already did this. Go there as the girls and then go there as the detectives. Okay, so with the girls, you select a location. You go to the school. So the way that you meet them up is like you have them go to the school and then you do the detectives. That is not very intuitive, but okay. Okay. So now that they're there, and then I go back, and then hopefully they're there. You guys could have told me that before. Oh my god. It's like 15 minutes to solve that. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure how I'd like that. That's a bit silly. On one hand, I get it, but like, it's a bit irritating. Okay. Boss, what is it? You want to talk to those girls? I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ario. You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws would have... That's his first words to Mio. Yeah, you're that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. Wow, crazy.
Say that again? Juna's a fucking mess.
Sorry about that. He's with me.
Mr. Tsutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest.
Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat. Oh my god.
Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, like one of those places in Ginza. I've never been. Let's go!
We've got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said it. Sushi. Looking forward to it, boss. Since when were you included?
You guys are so funny. You should do stand-up.
This is how we meet? This is how we meet? It's usually easier to let Ario do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. I would be quicker if I take the reins this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out. This is one hell of a coincidence. That's the random girl that you know is already involved with this case. So this is Yako. She was with Mio. Could she be a friend? Did Mio finally make a friend? Oh my god, what? Did Mio finally make a friend? If she did, it would do this old man hard good. But I better not say that out loud. I don't want to make her look bad. Mio, she's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs Chief. I've heard that she helps us out with investigations free of charge under the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege, she helped me out plenty while I was in Paranormal Affairs. She may look meek, but she's got strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage, plus quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think that there's some kind of darkness following her around. She's certainly well versed in the paranormal, I just can't get over the darkness. Darkness. What do you want to talk to me? You'd probably be better off talking to Mio. Forensics is still searching the area, investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. It'd be good to have Mio look around the scene, too. Scene of the crime. What's that rope all about? Indicates where Jonouchi's body was found. They've moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found. That's a little gross. You can't even see how his arms and legs are all cool at Ario. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. Pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. Mio, what do you think?
I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right, traces of a curse still linger here.
Does that mean Jonouchi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries?
Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace.
Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing?
I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess.
No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat?
Stop it, Mr. Tsutsumi. She's gonna get the wrong idea.
Mio, you're a professional! Totally, you're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome!
When you put it like that, I'm not so sure how awesome it is.
Oh my god. A curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been on the scene too. Alright, let's finally talk to Mio. How much have you been able to figure out?
I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosted the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo, that allows even those who do not have power to cast curses to gather soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. At least that's my hypothesis. As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the right at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We've managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the ones I got first, the Evergreen Bitch. You got 3 already? Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession with, well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me! Yako, the girl standing behind me-o! She does. Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. The Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two, then. Thank you. Please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Last night at school... You were here last night? Yes, you see... You two are using a spirit board. That's so cool! That's when you ran into the Curse Echo. I'm just glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The Curse Echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. That's the one-sided reed. The curse bearer of the one-sided reed is Nejima. Nejima must have been here last night. It's possible he was lying to us. Who's Nejima? About Nejima. Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Never understood people who chase the paranormal. Like, why? It's cool, but it can't be me. Dude, I can't do it. But I will say, sometimes it is entertaining sometimes I'll go on ghost tours because my sister's, like, really into it. Especially, like, where she lives in Annapolis, Maryland. There's a lot of ghost stories, especially in that town. So whenever I go to visit, twice before, she's taken me to, like, different ghost tours, like ghost stories, like guided tours kind of thing. And I always find it so funny, like, the kind of stories that people come up with ghosts and shit. I personally do not believe in any of this stuff. I am not a paranormal gal whatsoever. But it is funny to me how, like, the psychology of people coming up with these stories and, like, their experiences. I never will denounce people's experiences or anything like that, but it also makes me question a lot, like, where these things come from or how did things happen really, you know? So I personally get enjoyment out of ghost stories and stuff, even though I don't believe or anything like that. It can be interesting. It can be really, really interesting. If the paranormal finds me, I'm pretty sure I assume it'd fuck me up. As so if I tried to ignore it. Yeah, it'd probably fuck you up. Probably. I don't know why you would seek it in real life. Dude, there are so many people in real life that seek it. It's crazy. It is kind of scary. I know there are people out there that do that. I actually... Okay, I feel really stupid. I didn't know that exorcists were a real thing. Until, like, 2 years ago. I was talking about it with my sister. Like, some priests are... I don't even know how you get, like, an exorcism certificate or whatever, but you need, like, training for this shit, because not just every priest can do exorcism, but apparently you can call an exorcist for your place if you have suspicions. And I'm like, wait, this is a real thing that you can do, that exists? You can just call up an exorcist. In real life. What? Holy shit! I only learned about that 2 years ago. I was like 29, 30. Only found that out now. Professional exorcist priest guy. Yeah. Woo! You had one encounter in your life that may possibly have been supernatural and it was more unsettling than scary? Yeah. It is unsettling. Used to do a lot of urban exploring in abandoned schools, asylums, theaters, and really early you stopped being afraid of ghosts and more afraid of people. Yes. People are scary. Real, alive people are scary. Way scarier than ghosts will ever be. That is so true. Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today? And he's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. Could you tell me who else was at the school last night? As far as we know, there was us, Mr. Jonouchi, and one of our classmates. Don't forget old man Ashiyama. Wait, Hitomi? Do you mean Hitomi Okuda, second year? Boss, she was here last night. I saw Hitomi earlier. She didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that? Hitomi said that she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. This is about a different matter. You mean about the police officer, Mr. Yoshimi? You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did actually. Thanks for making me discover this game. I'm gonna go buy it just for the OST. Yeah, do it. Support the devs. We also, like, the other reason I definitely want to vouch for this game is because it is really good, but also Square Enix needs to invest in smaller indie projects like this more often. Because I feel like Square Enix just worries about AAA so much, and they're putting so much money into AAA, and they're trying to kill AA and indie projects under their studio. And, like, fuck that. Like, no. I love these little games. They're so great. And I hate that Square is, like, pushing them away. Decaying Reaver, thank you so much for the 52-month resub here. I really, really appreciate it. Exorcists are way more common in Asia? No shot, really? Wow. If we're talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details. Hitomi actually saw Mr. Jonouchi getting cursed and killed last night. What she said happened was, yeah. Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jonouchi? Are you sure it was really Michio? That's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean that there was another curse bearer here last night. Jonouchi was killed by a curse, or so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss, do you think it really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejibo was behind Jonouchi's death. What about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Ashimiya. How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Why are you so interested in him? I only just transferred to this school, though I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about a half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all these kinds of rumors about him. I think I'm starting to get a better picture. Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation. Have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Square Enix B teams have been on a roll for the last 5 years. They have been. And I hope they keep getting funding, but I think in the last report, Square Enix said that they were cutting their funding, though. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya, but couldn't find him anywhere. That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? Oh man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He always avoided it. Ario, call an urgent search from Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. The West doesn't have much of a animist tradition, so that means only humans can be ghosts. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Like in Asia, in the East, they have a lot of like ghosts that are like spirits, animals, spirits, and stuff like that. Yeah, we really don't have that in the West. When you think of ghosts, you think of humans in the West. Like, I don't even consider pets, or sometimes people talk about like the souls of their pets and stuff and ghosts, but like most of the time it is very human based. I didn't think about that. That's very true. lie. I didn't expect this at all. How could that old man have some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. He was so close to us this whole time. Gives me chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late. I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say that he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but... I'm glad nothing happened to you. Could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building, too. Good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. We watched Mio die. Imagine if bugs can be ghosts, ghost mosquitoes. Ooh, no, I don't want to imagine that, actually. Nope. I hope they find him soon. Long arm of the law, help us. The mastermind behind the Feast of Shadows. It would help if I knew more about how the curses of these 7 mysteries first came about. You're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. Mr. Raishi, I would very much like to talk to him. He's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if he's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The Kuro Kikio cafe in Kamizawa. We'll head over there right now. School rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes. Don't worry about it. I'll allow it. That's all it takes? Surprise! That's all it takes! There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all of this for a reason. I want to find out why. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. A talisman? Apparently, he also asked her to look for another one just like it, one that Michio had. What kind of talismans could they be, boss? Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath. They must have been pretty important. Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. Ah, no good. I was friends with Mr. Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. I doubt that'd be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit weary of us. Do you think she'd talk to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? They have. She told us about that. She might be willing to talk to her. Then we better find her fast. We haven't been able to reach her. That's a little worrying. Mayu Chozawa we'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay, I'll be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. It was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. He's almost never in? What does he do? I'm never even sure if he exists, or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. Is this the same guy? You don't even know your chief? You don't even know if your boss is real? What kind of a fucked up situation is that? Imagine you work at a place and you don't think your boss is actually fucking real. Is this gonna be the future with AI? People are gonna work under an AI boss? No, AI workers are gonna be before the bosses, but still, that's crazy. Mailing a paycheck into the fucking void. What the hell? All the Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. What's up with that? That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Did you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her. We gained a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Keep in mind that this is just a theory. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide but a vehicular collision. Being hit by a speeding truck or a van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so he had his doubts about it being a suicide. A van? Speeding? Yako, what's wrong? Wait, this is why Yako's relevant? Man, there's a young man in the driver's seat, in the passenger seat. A woman? What? Yes? Wait, was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. What was that? I'm okay, I think. I went a little crazy there. As long as you're okay. That was quite the surprise, though. Wait, what the fuck was that? Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? He didn't give me any specifics, if you're wondering about that. I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind, either. Do you have any idea why Jonouchi was so scared of Michio? Well, about that. Not exactly sure how to put this, but... I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. What a fucking bitch. Jonouchi was almost definitely killed by a curse, but I wonder about the exact cause of death. Hey boss, forensics is calling. I'll see what they have to say. They found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. A ribbon? The kind you use to tie up your hair. I've seen that ribbon before. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Did she come back to life? But how? Did someone already do the rite of resurrection on her? What the fuck is going on, man? If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? She got her revenge on Jonouchi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? What about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry, you were a big help, thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Chozawa. It might be worth to check out Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you and good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift this curse. Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready. I think we're ready to go. The music is so back. So now we can have everybody meet up. Hadoi and Richter visit Michio's home. And yeah, they encounter two men. More meetups. Oh, is this a... Wait, this is another track? This is another new jazzy track. Oh! allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. Junario. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. Here's the brilliant Chief Inspector Tsutsumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting me or putting me down. So you two are detectives? This is my client, Mrs. Harui Shigima. Her father's a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A big wig named Shigima? Boss, you know of this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but you know I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. Wait. That's not... Oh. I thought that was his daughter. I thought Harui was his daughter. Oh. Oops. That's awkward. No need to worry. I'm my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound as if I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial, despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met here have always been so dull. Hell, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all of your criminals with a smile. That's our motto. It is? How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on a second. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. I thought we might cause trouble standing around in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn attention. That might just be because nobody wants to get involved with the case. A young and energetic detective, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. Seems they were acquainted, but also like they haven't talked in a long time. Oh, there's a sticker! No stickers can hide from me in this game. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator's job. Not quite. The two of us used to be comrades, is all. That's right, Richter used to be part of the police force. He quit a few years ago to go solo. You should give it a try, Ariel. There's more freedom in working as a private investigator. Can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I haven't heard much. I've heard of you since you quit. I didn't think your business would last, but here you are. Oh, oh my god! You sure you don't want to return to the force? We'll take you back with open arms. To sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I'll take a pass. I don't belong in that world. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public needs you. No, you don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. I'll keep on tying up all your loose ends, saving the little birdies you abandoned. Can't believe you were actually part of the police force. There's a story behind everything, ma'am. I don't regret my time on the force. I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. It seems like he's got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. The contrast is rather striking. So these detectives are out here because of the recent string of strange deaths. It's because it's best that we keep quiet about our involvement with the curses. What brings you here, Richter? You on a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year? I remember now. You're that Harui Shigima from the kidnapping case. Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Munasada Shigima's grandson was kidnapped. Which must have been your son, ma'am? Oh, sorry. The story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret, and unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. They never caught the culprit. That's rough. Your findings have brought you to this place? An individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to. As of last week, they're deceased. We'd hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked the last time, so we figured we'd try again. It sure doesn't look good at telling the police to be mishandling cases like these. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. I do consider the police my people, so you consider the blame to be shared. You've got a stern side as well, I see. You're downloading Paranormasight too? Dang, what a gamer. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. My music! Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Honjo? With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. Can you tell us anything? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Wait, I do know what to say. He knows if I'm lying. If I say I don't know much, he knows I'm lying. Oh, I forgot about that part of the story. Okay, that's not, there's no use in not telling the truth. Okay. I can't say I know much. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Oh, shit. He knows. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary? No, it's not about him killing her. I know he's not going to kill her. It's about the knowledge that he has. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss, Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you gotta say. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? It must be something big if they've got you head office guys on it. I guess it's all right. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Nothing ever goes wrong if you lie. You're so right, Emily. You're so right. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection. All these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you. We figured the stranger occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get the situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we're talking shady characters, there was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Watagesui Street. He had an average build. He was anxious, like he was searching for prey. At Aishi, we've already got his curse stone. Impressive, you two are working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. Did he just detect a lie there? I wonder. Because only Tsutsumi knows when people are not telling the truth. And that expression that he gave there, I feel like that tells me that he was lying. Richter lied. He saw something else last night that he didn't mention. I think he lied. And he just caught him. Ooh, that was... If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse stone, it'd be a huge help if you let us know. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand on our case too. There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, no? Hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. Oh wait, I just realized, can he detect lies in the daytime? Oh wait, shit. Oh, I thought I had a moment, but I don't think he can't detect. I don't know if the curses, like, for example, Haruo doesn't know if they're necessarily holding a lighter. It's not that they can't use the curse, but I'm wondering if they can still sense the lie, even if you can't, like, actively use it during the day. Oh. Damn it. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith in my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they count. Well, what do you need a private investigator for anyway? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with here. Maybe he's still goated without the curse. Maybe. But it didn't seem to work when we were playing as him before, but I'd have to observe more carefully. He could detect lies the regular way. The regular way. That reminds me, Richter. You said the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio by chance? You knew? Thought so. Seems like we're here for the same reason. Michio was involved with curses and magic? Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi, alright. Hajime Yoshimi. He died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard it was most unfortunate loss. So, there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi's of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Hold on, let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn I want a full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Oh boy. You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Jonouchi? He wasn't just mumbling nonsense? We haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we've found both point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say that there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? If that's all true... Oh, he's pissed. Konkichiro Iwai! He'll be the next victim! We have to open the door to Shirashi's house. We need to look inside. Boss! I'm sure the landlord will give us the key if we ask. Screw that! You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. Victim? What do you mean, victim? Bro, what do you want? Victim? He's supposed to be the bad one. Not a victim. What? Take that, you shitty door! Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Come quick, look at this. Oh my god, the picture of Nejima in the background. What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body. Could that be Michio's dad? Nah, he's her stepdad at best. If that, it's got to be the body of Iwai. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. He's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Did you find Jonouchi's body in the same state? It looked as though Kohei Jonouchi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio. She's alive. She used the power of the curses to get back at the men who ruined her life. You're suggesting she actually revived. It's got to be that. If she's alive, then... Oh, come on! Why'd you stop me? You better apologize for interrupting. What the fuck? But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? I already did consider that. You don't need to fucking tell me that. And also, why did it only now just occur to me that you are wearing a mask? This motherfucker is wearing a mask. I thought that that was his face. That's not his face. That's a mask. Oh my fucking god. We gotta match his jawline and mouth to another character. I got it. He's Nejima, the storyteller. Just kidding. He's wearing a fucking mask. I didn't even notice that before. It's easier to see when his head's up like that because you see the string on the side behind his ear, so it is literally covering his face. I'm like mad at myself for only now picking up on that. Seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? Also, and so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? Can I check the story chart? Shit. Where was Michio at 8 o'clock this morning? This morning, 8 a.m. This morning at 8 a.m. Is the Kinshibori Park? Where is the location of Hihaku Soaps is in I don't know if it's necessarily I'm not sure. Hoonji Bridge? Have we ever been here? Actually don't recognize this location at all. The Hoonji Bridge is the location of the one mystery that we don't know, right? The Taiko of Suguru is in Midoricho. The beckoning light is unaccounted for, I think. So Honji would be tied to the beckoning light. Okay, so I'm gonna rule that out. Ryogoku Bridge. Okay, so my two educated guesses here are Ryogoku Bridge or Kinshibori Park. And I'm 95% sure that I'm wrong, but I'm gonna go with Michio is currently at The Ryogoku Bridge. So I have to get it right? No! So both of my guesses were wrong. Okay. I'm gonna go by what's the most likely scenario. Sumida River. No! Chat, we're so bad. You know what? She's just at her house. Michio's just at her fucking house. They all died the same way, as far as curses go. This is one that's missing. That's this one, so it can't be... The candy shop? I don't understand how the fuck it would be the candy shop. Former Yasuda Gardens. Probably not that, though. Not the Sumida River. Is she still at the fucking high school? You mean the dead body? Okay, good. I was gonna freak the fuck out if she was actually at the fucking high school. Shigima residence. Nobody's there. South Watagesui Street is also probable. Oh my god, I suck at this game. She can't be at Midoricho Park. That wouldn't make sense. I only haven't guessed the Kamagata Bridge and the fucking candy shop at this point. But I don't understand. I am missing crucial information. Unless they're saying the... they're specifically saying at 8 a.m. this morning. Wait. Kamagata Bridge. I really don't understand the candy shop. So the Kamagata Bridge? The only thing I can think of is like whenever we talked to the janitor, assuming janitor might be the same person here. Janitor said they were going, or they took note of Yako and the candy shop. But that would be the only thing that would lead you here, which would be pretty crazy. Literally the last place I suspected. Are you kidding? Okay, I'm missing something. So... candy shop. Yako. So... they were... if something was up with Yako, because like whenever Yako had her moment earlier where she literally had flashbacks to getting hit by the car, and that's whenever I was like, wait, that's fucking weird. And then would she just be... that doesn't make any sense. You got it wrong 10 times! It may have been easier to reach that conclusion had you considered the cause of death. Yes, no, I am considering the cause of death. Everybody is the same, with the crunch crunch. Let's go back to the story. He's like, you fucking suck. 10 times? Do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, Ario, go report this to HQ. I love Harue's face. She seems so done with literally everything. The amount of Nejima pictures on the wall? Holy shit, dude. I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs a looking at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person posted on the wall over there. Nejima, gross. He was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there are even more pasted up over here. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. Pictures of Fumichika and Nejima cut out from newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You think that Shiraishis are somehow connected to the Nejima's case? Perhaps they did this as the not forget a grudge or something. It's crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all this. Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a curse stone. He announced that from sundown today, he'll be going on a killing spree. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murders. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say! You were the kid from back then? You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. Damn the connections! So you two have met before. Fancy that. I've been worried that Fumichika Nejima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful type. Oh dear. Also, wait, I just want to make a note to mods, because I know some mods are new. Amateur, over on YouTube, instead of, if people are outright spoiling, like anything like that, instead of deleting messages, time them out for longer, as like a standard. Instead of deleting messages. Deleting messages is like for simple little mistake, whatever, little tiny thing, but if it's like an outright spoiler, backseating, something more on the harsh level, then timeout for at least 10 minutes kind of thing. You got it. Thank you. I really, really appreciate the help so much. That asshole, I wonder who put the idea into his head. And now that he's got the one-sided read, too, he's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown. On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here. The fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? If Iwai and Fumichika Nejima have anything to do with each other, then the room might hold a clue to Nejima's location. I'm wondering if the... No, because Michio was in school. They said that she wasn't in school a lot. So I guess it actually would... Like, that's what feels silly to me because I already suspected the janitor and Michio connection, but... And then yes, Yako last night directed him. Where do these people fall into that? They might have had some relation to Nejima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite. What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... Admiration? This sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'll be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. Okay, they just don't want me to do it right now, but they are relevant. It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world it is. They're magic runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of them, they're useless in imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited over it. Who knew the Chief Inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. Like dead? You mean dead serious? Ha 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 ha. While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism, or may variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers to specifically the Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific fact and would eventually evolve into what is known today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly black magic. It was black magic. The practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subjects studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day, war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. Things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual was something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned he having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. Hard to say, couldn't have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look into these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is that they were trying to do. You're quite the spectacle yourself. Do you mean to compare me with the likes of a bizarre criminal? Dang! These aren't just cuts from publications, they're even snapped a number of shots of their own. They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many pictures? Whatever the case, it's certain that they were obsessed. With the window and storm shutter closed, no light gets in here at all. It's pitch black. The neighbors mentioned that they started to keep the house shut like this not long ago. This drawer is really old, Chief Inspector. Do you mind if I take a look inside? It's in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things. Right, area was in here, so let me take a good look at it. There's just clothes in here, not much variety. Can't say that they were big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find a key, kind of a talisman here, but I guess we're not so lucky. There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but the looks of him, I'd say that that's Kenkichiro Iwai. You've seen him before. I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed that he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, it'd be better not to look so closely. It's amazing.
What? Girl, what did you say?
Cruel is what it is. She said it's amazing. She said it's fucking amazing. Girl? This place is disgusting. Did Michio Shiraishi really live here? What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. This seems to be a book on Western black magic. I suppose you'd call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me. You think this EY guy was studying them, perhaps to perform some kind of ritual? There are a bunch of handwritten notes besides the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. EY doesn't look the type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What is it? This looks like a journal. It's probably EY's. His writing is surprisingly thorough. He was writing a report for someone. What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So, this EY fellow, he'd been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. The first person I think of that would want to have youth restored... this chick. Miss Granny. So, he was into black magic from the start. He believed that if he could learn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, he seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire. You don't say, this is starting to sound quite familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nejima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Likely, not coincidence. It seems like EY took an interest in the Nejima murders after it made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. EY has been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nejima, he made sure to get in contact. Even having it all laid out like this. The thought of Nejima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we've ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? It's a shock to me too. For years, we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Nejima murders. It's been a mystery to us all from the start. Whoa now, wait just 1 minute. Do you think? No way. Are you saying? That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Nejima. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nejima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but EY had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Nejima and EY were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that nutjob did this all for some hokey-pokey resurrection? Shit, resurrection! That means they must have been someone Nejima wanted to bring back to life. That's it. Fucking hell, it all makes sense! Yeah, but we don't know the who. Do you know the who? Who's the who? There's some information that that's been kept from the public. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we found a baby. Oh. A baby. It was a girl. Looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So was Nejima the father. He told us he'd found her under a bridge. She was abandoned. I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose that there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Nejima is guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. Oh my fucking god. That's horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. Ah! And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Ah! Oh god! Fucking god! Ah! Don't misunderstand me, this is all speculation on top of more speculation. But I, for one, never believed that man would just take in a baby he found under a bridge. Oh! Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. It was just a theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true. It's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good a guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests that he has an interest in the right of resurrection. You're right, and here I was thinking he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector, what happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. I'm glad she was taken care of. All right. I'm gonna take my bets. Age range would be 20s. 20 years ago. So it can't be a high schooler. So it can't be like Mio or Ya. '20s. The only, like, girls that we know that are in their 20s would be, like, Ayame? But even then... I guess I shouldn't make that assumption, but yeah, it should be. Like, maybe we go all the way back to Yoko? All back to our starting girl? Alright. Yoko has the bridge baby vibe. I can't... Yeah, I could see that being a bridge baby. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written. We know EY has managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he decided he had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought that he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. Yeah, it's the old woman! The chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps? Here, let me read what he wrote. The Queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived. If she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Magic, rituals, rites, she'll use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. So she would even throw her money at the occult. The places greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Iraishi. She presumably funded his research into the rite of resurrection. That all makes sense. That's what it all points towards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumors of the rite of resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for it if she becomes young again. You can ignore that. Either way, I think EY took the payments he was getting from his research to seduce a family into taking him in to keep a low profile. The Shirashi family, Michio and her mother, Toshiko, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? This has to do something with me. What are you talking about? Ma'am, please calm down. Iwai moved in with the Shiraishis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. Oh, jeez. Well, I guess their investigation just came to a close. EY worshipped Nejima, so he must have also despised Nejima's detractors. Not to mention, he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time. Fuck. EY kidnapped Haruo Shigima's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You're telling me that that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child? I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses and then kidnapped him on his way back home. He took Shuichi. Ma'am, please calm down, I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand! You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through! This isn't a joke! I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand! Living sacrifices. What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am, let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This is...
Ooh! This story is fucking disgusting! Oh, who thought of this? I think it's best that we take our leave, but before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in his journal. EY got in contact with Nejima last year after Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in. If anything, rather than use his own money to support the Shiraishis, it seems most went to Nejima. If Nejima's lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout. It seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up, among other things. Clean up. That's funny. She's alive! That's right, Michio is alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. Woo! That was so damn good and spicy! Ooh. Started coming over. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. His body was discovered at the Shiraishi home. Kankichiro once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people were simple. It has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing, ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kankichiro was discontent with his life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Nejima murders were widely reported in the media, it had a great impact on Kankichiro, as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumichika Nejima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kankichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumichika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumichika's talk of black magic, and following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumichika had hidden away. As for Toshiko Shiraishi, Kankichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at a part-time job. When he learned that the Shiraishi family was in financial trouble, he could not afford to send Michio to college. He turned on the charm and took advantage of their weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kankichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kankichiro's great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Shuichi Shigima, the son of Harue, against whom Fumichika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michio so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kankichiro kidnapped Shuichi and locked him in the Shiraishi house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'd kill Michio if he tried to run. Holy fucking shit! While his actions were motivated by a personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and breakdown in public order. So Kankichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Nejima murders. Infuriated, Kankichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio if she refused. Toshiko killed Shuichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kankichiro blamed her. Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kankichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later after floating through several canals in Honjo.
After having drifted for days in the polluted water, the little evidence remained. Although Konkichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Konkichiro until the day that they died. Well, Michio apparently didn't die. Woo! My God! That was one fuck of a reveal. Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some air? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck. You're right, but Richter, I feel grateful towards Michio. Yeah, Michio fucking murdered that guy. There's that too. Two? But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Oh my God. Soul dregs. Hey, Richter. Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Nejima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul dregs, then all the better. I won't give up on resurrection. I'm counting on you. I want to stay around the same time zones, so we're gonna go to Yako and Mio. They want to talk to Arayashi. Kuro Kikio Cafe. You know, normally you'd be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. That'd be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police, remember that. We know, it'll be okay. So, what did you want to ask me? I want that. A cafe? I've never been to one before. How exciting! It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but... Ew, the cigarette smoke. Ugh, we're in that era, aren't we? A coffee shop. Although formerly a relaxing location, classical and jazz music were played. The cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs into its playlist, a request of customers. The most popular menu item is a pilaf, served with black coffee, although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations also have public telephones, making them convenient meeting places. However, they also developed a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them as a steady stream of revenue, I'm assuming it said. Okay, we gotta talk to this idiot. About my curse stone. Yako, if you would. Right, we wanted to ask you about this. An Okame mask. Ah, the Fool's Procession. You two were at the school last night, damn there of all places. Yako, you're one of them? You're a curse bearer? Yes, please calm down, Mr. Arayashi. Your reaction is too intense. It's kind of scaring me. Sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it that you wanted to know about your curse stone? Ooh, the music! flatter him. I don't like this. You know what? I don't want to flatter him. Fuck him. You're going to tell us about this thing. Is that any tone to take with a teacher? I could always tell people that you dragged us into a cafe by force. Are you threatening me? That felt better. Why is everything with the Rite of Resurrection and 7 Mysteries curse stones happening now? Oh, taking an interest now. You've received one of the curses, have you? You sound like a researcher starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Mr. Raishi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then do you know of the ancient Onmyodo ritual known as the Feast of Shadows? What is that, something from the occult? Miss Kurozuzu Suzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside my field of expertise. Why do you think the rite and curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. Certainly not something that would happen by accident. Why is it that you want to know? He may not be telling us anything else if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Okay, just make something up. We just have such intellectual curiosity, and I think it could really help your research. Now that you mention it. He's reluctant to answer. Ask about his research. What does that record of fates that you've been researching say about the Rite of Resurrection? Oh, that's what you want to know. Allow me to first elucidate your regarding the author of the Record of Fates. Ah, a special privilege, I might add, since I have yet to publish this in paper. Okay. The Record of Fates was written 200 years ago in the latter half of the Edo period. Take your notes, Chad. You better be taking notes. It was written by a skilled but little-known onmyoji called Simon Tsuchi Mikado. This is important stuff. If nothing else, remember this. Simon Tsuchi Mikado. He was born into a famed onmyoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. So it is written in the Record of Fates. As brilliant as Simon was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family and eventually found himself in Honjo in Edo. The Record of Fates are the writings Simon recorded on the road to Edo. So, he wrote how to perform the rite itself. The Rite of Resurrection makes use of Abeno Saime's specialty, the Taizen Fukin ritual. Fucking ritual? The Taizen fucking ritual. Yeah, I like that. A means of communicating with the afterlife. It uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of a dead spirit that has been called. Oh wow, I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought that the only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So the Rite of Resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the Record of Fates end there. There's no more? What about the 7 mysteries or the curse stones? There's nothing written about them in the Record of Fates. The curse stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. Their curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. Huh. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. On Myoji. An officially appointed government position with the Bureau of Onmyo in medieval Japan. Divinations and rituals, they employ Chinese philosophies yin and yang and waxing the 5 elements to compose astronomical charts and almanacs. High-ranking practitioners using a variety of mystical arts, including one that brought natural disasters and curses. Onmyoji were also tasked with exorcising demons through the usage of shikigami. Onmyoji thrived during the Heian period, in part due to the work of the famous Onmyoji and later founder Tsuchi Mikado, clan Abeno Saime. Seimei. However, onmyoji began to gradually decline in number after samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost, along with development of civilization. Although the services of onmyoji were typically reserved for the upper class, there were a number of shomonji, or hidden onmyoji. That's really cool. This mysterious ritual was devised by the gifted onmyoji Abeno Saimei. It converts the souls of the dead bound for the underworld with soul dregs collected as sacrifices through the Taizen fucking ritual. Dude, they have the whole Shigima kidnapping case here. Woo-hoo-hoo. I think they just added to it. Okay, they added this ending thing here. This is all the information that we just learned. Yes. Okay. How are the 7 mysteries related to the rite? Excuse me. You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the rite of resurrection and origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo are related somehow. What proof did you have of that? You really know your stuff. That was a somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. It was just nonsense? Not exactly. It's not a complete fabrication. There is a basis. Well, I suppose there's no harm telling a couple students so passionate about the topic. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Record of Fates. Just after... No! Oh my god, Frankie! Frankie! Thank you so much for the raid, Frankie. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in, raiders! Oh, that actually really did jump scare me. What were you playing, Frankie? Thank you so much for bringing in your homies. I appreciate that. So as you can see, I'm playing the first Paranormasight, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo right now for the first time. And we're going to start the new Paranormasight game that came out, I think, tomorrow if I finish this game today. We'll see if I finish this game today, but I hope I do. This is a really fun game. I definitely would recommend playing this game if you like visual novels and like good mystery stories. Like, it's phenomenal. Short and sweet. It's really, like... I think it's still on sale, the first game at least. I bought it for like... How much did I buy it for? Like $7-8? Yeah, that's why we're playing the first one, because I never played the first one. So it gives me an excuse to play the first one today, and then the second one I'll start either tomorrow or Monday. No. Either way, I'm going to start it tomorrow. I'll make sure I start it tomorrow. But thank you so much, Frankie. I hope you're doing well. I haven't been able to catch up with you in so long, but I really hope you're doing good, and I miss you, and I even miss, like, lurking in your streams. I feel like I haven't seen a Frankie stream in so long. I miss you so much, Frankie. I hope you're doing okay. What kind of horror? It's like visual novel. The beginning of the game was really... I found it scary in the sense of, like, it's more atmospheric, some jump scares in this game, but it's... For me, a person that's not really into horror genre, it's good because of the detective side of it, like the murder mystery type of thing. If you're into that stuff, you're gonna love this game. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts. It was just after Seimin arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. Ooh. A conflict over resurrecting the dead. I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I call this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been a subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So, what you're saying is, the resurrection ritual at the root of the Honjo incident is Seimin's rite of resurrection? house moving and making slow progress, but getting there. Oh, house moving! Damn, girl, you're doing a lot right now. I'll send you some of my energy, okay? That's a lot. That's a lot of shit to go through. The best looking visual novel you might have seen. I love the art style. It fits so well with the theme of the game, too. Oof. Everything about this game is vibes. I love it. Good vibes. Yes, that's how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first, Seimin brought the Rite of Resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point, Seimin was likely using a different name. Then, in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being recorded in history fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, it is The World Ends With You Illustrator. Yeah, it's really, really cool.
Then if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul dregs necessary for the rite.
And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've become even more confident in my theory. The reason for it being the resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those who received the curse stones. Yako, if you really are a curse bearer, then when you obtained your curse stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind.
Oh, I did!
Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involved dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims became the 9 curse echoes, which over time came to be spoken of as the 7 mysteries. Thus, gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's procession.
Mio, should I? I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get.
Woohoo! Okay, Mr. Arayashi, I'll tell you about the memory of the fool's procession. Ooh.
Basically, it's about a woman who died falling from a Yagoda tower at a festival.
It's not that one, then. Among the 9 victims in the Honjo incident, that is to say, the 9 curse echoes, one of them is Seimin himself. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's completely fine.
Seimin was one of the victims of the Honjo incident? Meaning an Onmyoji as powerful as him also became a curse echo?
Right. It would make sense that the cursed stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special.
The power of a curse stone is different based on the curse echo? Mio, this maybe, then maybe with Seimin's curse echo we may be able to settle this whole situation.
What are you two whispering about?
Nothing, sorry. Mr. Arayashi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered?
I've learned a number of them. Evergreen Bitch, the Foot-Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession makes 4. Of those, the most important are the Foot-Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Bitch. The Foot-Washing Mansion. An Onmyoji appears distinctly in this one. But not Seimin, I'm afraid. A female Onmyoji who sought the rite of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Seimin. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill the requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one.
So a female Onmyoji and a rival of Seimin was involved in the Honjo incident. That certainly is interesting.
The Evergreen Bitch. This curse echo is from a craftsman of Netsuke carvings named Jingikichi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. Precisely, this man Jinkichi must have been in contact with Seimin. If I could just collect all the memories, everything will be revealed and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire.
Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers.
I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives, but they might not even find their other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. What's the trigger for the curse?
Another thing. You never really finished about what the trigger for all of this was.
Yeah.
You really don't know? You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtained the Record of Fates, right? How did you really get a hold of the Record of Fates?
Woo!
To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It could be a disaster if we don't hurry. Someone left a warning that at sundown today, they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago.
Something so terrible happened?
I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it.
Damn, Mio's badass! Get him, girl!
Mr. Araishi, please, tell us everything you know.
I truly don't know anything. The truth is, I was given the Records of Fates by a woman? What? Her voice sounded like a woman's, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, while I was investigating at night, I suddenly heard a formless voice. It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript and the right of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month, she specified.
She specified the time period?
I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify its authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. It must have had you spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse, to tie together the curse and the desire to seek out the right. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Hence why I went public with the Record of Fates. Hihaku and occult magazines immediately jumped at the news with a financial boon for me. I mean, no, that's not important, just some personal business. After that, I waited, trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. Then, when the curses began, those are all the details I have. Is there anything else, Mr. Pathetic Man? Very well. I've told you this much. I might as well give you one more thing.
Thank you. What might that be?
Ooh, I didn't mean to. Apparently, I screenshotted it. Okay. About Seimin's Record of Fates. That there is a sort of continuation to it. Another document called the Record of Fates Yin Scroll. Actually, a section written in Seimin's own hand was appended to the manuscript. According to which, after the Honjo incident, Seimin lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. And seems that he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incident would turn into curse echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. And it supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite of resurrection.
Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange?
What's the matter, Mrs. Sakazaki? You think my information is inaccurate?
If Seimin died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum.
You really don't get it, do you?
Am I wrong?
Have you forgotten the ability Seimin possessed?
Of course not. He could use the right... Oh. You're telling me Seimin used it on himself?
The rite of resurrection can be carried out in advance, so it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then, it is not possible that Seimin himself was resurrected by the rite after it all took place.
But he'd still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite.
Yes, and that's why they died. The 8 others besides Simon.
What? They died in the Honjo incident for their soul dregs? That sounds like it's the same as what's happening right now.
That's why I need the resentful memories to learn the truth. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Record of Fates, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Seimon's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across generations. It seems that over this long history, the two documents became separated and the scroll's location lost as the family's line branched.
Seimon has descendants? So there's someone out there related to him by blood even now?
Yes, in fact, I've tried to trace that line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Onmyoji to begin with, so a detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscript has been long forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. And since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracking it down is quite tricky indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll.
I'm sure you do. So basically, in the Record of Fates Yin Scroll, Seimon himself wrote about ways to handle the curse and the rite.
I've been searching for it all this time but haven't found a single lead. So if you two find out anything about other resentful memories or the Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all of this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. This guy just sounds really pathetic and I never want to talk to him ever again. Seimon wrote the Yin Scroll. He feared that descendants of those might become cursed and used in the collection of soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll was indicated in a postscript, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It is believed to have been inherited by a descendant of Seimon. So someone that wants it to basically hide it. It would be the mastermind. I think that would be technically the same person that handed the half of the scroll to begin with to Araishi. I think it would have to be the same person because you start it with the intent of killing and you don't actually. Yeah, I think that makes sense in my head.
Thank you for your help.
If you bring me some useful information, I'll take it into consideration of your school grades. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, kid. Really? 1 p.m. Just a random street.
We've learned a lot. So to sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the rite of resurrection in the Edo period. The Record of Fates Yin Scroll may have info we want since it details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it. Right. If we could just find the Yin Scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle this situation. Even Mr. Araishi didn't have any leads. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too.
Okay. Big brain. The storyteller did it. The storyteller caused all of this. What if me, as the player, actively, I am the person that has the Yin Scroll? Totally.
Mio, what are we gonna do next? It may be best to give the information we just learned to Inspector Tsutsumi. We got a pretty big clue from hearing about the Record of Fates Yin Scroll. Mr. Tsutsumi might know more about it.
I hate this face from Mio. She looks so sinister.
That's our point of contact, after all. Whoever's behind that voice that gave Mr. Araishi the Record of Fates. That must be the mastermind, don't you think?
Yeah, and he said it sounded like he belonged to a woman.
Whoever it is, I bet they're scary. Well, you don't sound like the Yako I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. I thought you'd say something like that.
Guess I'm just not really feeling that confident right now.
I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in the female Onmyoji who was a rival to Seimon.
It's you, Mio. Mio is the female Onmyoji that's the rival.
I believe in her. Oh, that reminds me, Mio.
You know what's nearby here, don't you? Michio? Yeah, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers, even though they always get cleared away anyways. I'm sure it must be hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. Oh, that reminds me, Yako. When you asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? I left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did something seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? Now that you mention it, that day I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a little bit. But I came to right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks.
Excuse me, you girls over there. Oh. Wait, this guy still exists? I thought he was done. Because he got rid of his curse stone, and now I thought he gave up, and... Oh, jeez.
Who might you be?
Yutaro Namagaki. I should probably tell you, until yesterday I was a curse bearer. That should clear things up. You don't need to be scared. I've already given up the curse stone of the foot-washing mansion. So you're the one Inspector Satsumi was talking about? You already know Inspector Satsumi? Huh, that makes things simple. There's nothing to worry about. You're in the driver's seat? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What do you mean? Random guy that I thought was done? What? Was I doing something?
Sorry, Mr. Namagaki. What might be the matter?
I actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Wait, so the woman, there was a woman in the car too, Ayame? Maybe, ooh. Would you come with me if you have a little time?
Discuss something with us.
You were talking about Michio, right? It's related to that. I'm sure you would learn a few things yourselves. If not now, later is fine. I'll be waiting around you at Ryogoku Bridge.
Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Don't trust this guy. Don't just randomly trust this guy. He's gonna kill you. Surely.
Go to the school first.
There's something that we've got to take care of. We'll have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad.
I'm in no rush. I'll be waiting at Ryogoku Bridge if you change your minds. What was that? What was that? Starting from Namagaki, what if I choose the other one? Talk to Yutaro.
I suppose we may as well hear what it is you have to say.
Why can't we talk right here? Why can't we talk right here? He's gonna, like, push me into the river. Oh my god. No, no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die! He's gonna, like, throw me over the bridge. There's two of us, though. But if he has the girl with him...
What did you want to discuss?
I'll tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio back from the dead. Wait, that's what I'm already doing, you fuckface. It's why I was pursuing the rite of resurrection in the first place. Unfortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could succeed.
You two are curse bearers with some kind of connection to her, which means that this is a perfect opportunity for me to ask you.
What?
This is also sudden. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? We met briefly once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. You met briefly one time. Bitch, you're the person that hit her. While it would be great if we could bring Michio back, we've already decided not to use the rite of resurrection.
Oh! Oh! Oh no. Chad, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
It seems, however, that we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you if you gave me your curse stone, you know? We'll have to decline that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse.
Why did Yako just disappear?
I suppose I'll have to give up on the curse stones. Thank you for understanding. Why did we have to relocate to the bridge location for this? We could have... Okay. I thought that he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. Why does he want to bring Michio back? Yako? Did she go off somewhere while we were talking? Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. What?
Oh no, oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leading me to a secluded place, you've got guts. I'll be taking your curse stone. Either you hand it over or I'll have to take it by force. Bitch, you look like an idiot. What?
No. She's here again. I don't understand. Wait, it was just an accident. I swear, I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. You're already too late? Ah! What? What do you mean, credits? What do you mean? I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. I thought I was gonna be the one dying, but I ended up killing the guy. Well, man, I'm so confused on the whole Yako Michio thing. Like, sometimes I feel like they're the same person, but then I'm like, that sounds so stupid to say out loud. Even think it in my brain. I'm like, they can't be the same person. It's literally fucking impossible. But then, so much of it does make sense if I think of them as the same person. Not so much, but like some things make sense if I consider that they are the same person. So that's why I keep thinking that, and I'm like, but I don't understand. I don't understand how that goes.
Fumichika Nejima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. And from that day on, Yako was never heard from ever again. Ending one Michio's grudge. I got one ending, chat. We got one ending. Oh boy. Let's go. GG on to the sequel. GG. Holy shit. Boss, I just talked to the Sumida police. They found an abandoned van in the Chiba Mountains that looked like it's been in an accident. They couldn't lift any fingerprints from it, but they found blood spatters on the front. The blood is a perfect match for Michio's. must be the van that hit Michio. Wait, so that means, was Michio the female on Myoji, and that's why she's, like, able to possess Yako or something like that? That's the only thing I have, like, the only thought process, but it feels so silly. Anyway, God, this is such a bot! It's all thanks to Yoshimi that we were able to find this out. The license plate has been removed, though. They even scrapped off the vehicle information number, the identification number. It'll take a while to identify the owner. Now they're trying to figure out if the van was sighted anywhere between the scene of the crime and where it was dumped. Still doesn't look tired after all this. Wish I had all that stamina. It's nice that we got permission to use the school as our base of operations. The principal and head teacher were a little reluctant at first, but they were convinced that it helped the investigation. Dealing with all this must be a real headache for those guys. I should thank them again later. By the way, boss, we've confirmed that Michio died in a vehicular collision, but are we sure that it was really an accident? I was wondering the same thing. The damage done by the collision indicates that the driver was traveling at a considerable speed, but there were no brake marks to be found, which suggests that may have been intentionally targeting Michio. Then, what was the motive, you think? The first person that comes to mind is Kankichiro Iwai. After all, she knew about his crimes. Then, Iwai was supposedly able to control Michio by intimidation alone. There's also the teacher who was taking advantage of Michio, Jonouchi. But to say he killed her to stop people from finding out that he was blackmailing her doesn't seem likely somehow. Both of them have fallen prey to their curse. Her curse. It's quite possible she'll also decide the exact revenge on the person who ran her over. Not just possible, she may have already done it last night. Well, that just happened. Is there anything else that could have served as a motive? Talisman, maybe? The one Yoshimi was looking for? Oh, do you think someone wanted to take it from her? Well, the talisman wasn't found on her remains, nor in her house. Doesn't a hit and run seem like too drastic a measure to go for a little talisman? It might have just been an unfortunate accident after all. Either way, what we need now is a testimony from Michio herself. With a bit of luck, we may be able to ask her what happened during the crash ourselves. I can't wrap my head around that particular development. I still have my doubts that it'll be so easy. Either way, we won't be able to do this unless Mio and Yako turn up. I'd rather have them come sooner rather than later, but I guess we just have to wait inside. Shall we head inside? Ario, I wanted to ask you something. Jeez, you're an eager beaver. I haven't even said what it was yet. Right. Well, what is it then? Can't remember what you had for dinner last night? That agent over there is having some trouble with his pen. You've got a spare, go lend it to him. And for the record, I had katsudon last night. No need to worry about me going senile just yet. I know I look like a genius, but I didn't think I came across as the type to carry spare pens on my person. You, a genius, you're dreaming. But if his pen just stopped working, he can get it going again with a bit of nail polish remover. Wait, what? That's a thing? What, you use to remove... Yeah, you know, what you use to remove nail polish. Never used it before? No? Don't make me sound crazy for not having used that stuff. I doubt you have either. Oh no, I used it all right. Do you know that it can remove oil-based ink stains? Well, it's acetone. We use nail polish remover for removing things because of the acetone. Which is also why it can be used to fix old, dried-up pen nibs. Whatever's in there that removes the ink also doubles as a way to unclog pens. Yes, okay. Just wondering where this is going. Good to know. Still wouldn't call you a genius, but it's something. You gotta make sure the remover doesn't mix with the ink, though, or it'll ruin it. Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Not to worry. I don't have nail polish remover on me right now anyway. That doesn't fix anything! I don't have a spare pen. What was that conversation? I'm so confused. I thought we were going to wait for Mio in school. I'm sure they'll be here any moment. Wait, before, I guess I never really looked at the comparison after we figured that out. So this is Michio. Huh? 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 Okay, what the fuck? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. No. Have fun. Be safe. Yeah, it does get rid of glue. It also gets rid of paint stains. Acetone in general is good for you. Like, it can act as a paint thinner, I think. Because I think, isn't that the main ingredient in paint thinner? Is acetone? I don't remember. Ain't that interesting? The Record of Fate's Yin scroll, huh? Well done, you two. That's some good info you got from the teacher. Good job, boss. Operation Schoolgirl was a success. Stop making things sound weird. Let's share what we found at Michio's house.
A man named EY kidnapped sacrifices for black magic, and Michio helped with the kidnapping, and Mr. Jonouchi used that to blackmail her?
Okay. Oh, jeez. Based on the report and looking at the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Jonouchi and EY, if Michio Shiraishi did it, it would make sense. Furthermore, there are signs that Michio Shiraishi wanted someone to notice. The ribbon that was left at the scene of Kohei's death is proof of that. Mio, I'm guessing you knew that already.
Yes, ever since this morning. But there's one piece of information I need, but I think we're near her limit.
What? Huh?
I think we're near her limit.
If we get this Record of Fate's Yin scroll, we'll be able to dispel the curse.
Yes, the source of this curse is a tragic event called the Honjo incident that dates back to the Edo period. An onmyoji named Seimin is said to have recorded a way to deal with the curse. So I think there may be a way to dispel the curse.
Right. I'll leave how to approach this to you, Mio. I'll check with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, but please make finding the Record of Fate's Yin scroll your top priority.
How do we go about looking for it? It's possible the descendants of Seimin have inherited it, but I don't think that they're aware of its existence. It'd be nice if we had a clan crest or something to go off of. Maybe we'll have to ask Paranormal Affairs.
I'm just waiting for the moment that Yako turns out to have, like, the talisman on her being or something like that. That reminds me, Mio, was the Western black magic used by EY and Nijima really just an imitation?
Why are you asking me?
Boss said that you knew something about this sort of thing. Do you not?
I mean, I have some knowledge, but how strange. I don't think I've ever told anyone that.
It's okay, Mio. No one's judging you.
It still feels a little weird.
Huh. What's your opinion on it as someone familiar with Western black magic?
If I could have a look at their grimoire, I could be sure, but based on their methods, I'd say they imitated black magic popular around 300 years ago. It was advertised as magic anyone could use and was employed as camouflage to evade witch hunters. It's notable because they purposefully required living sacrifices to make it difficult to disprove its authenticity.
Wow, you know so much! I'm impressed! It totally matches with the vibe that you've got going on!
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry, have some confidence!
Right, thanks, I guess.
If that black magic is just an imitation, then we probably don't have to worry about it.
I'm just glad that things are getting even more confusing than they already are. Oh my god. Yeah, I love more confusion on my confusion. Woo! Junario is something. About the mastermind, I had an idea.
This is about the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps, isn't it? You mentioned her when you were telling us about that EY person.
Whether the goal is to restore youth or to resurrect someone, she's got her hands all over this. She has money too. It would also match Hideki Iraishi's account of a woman's voice. An evil business lady with supernatural powers, a classic setting.
If only we could confirm those powers of hers were actually real.
We'll need to keep an eye on her. I'll tell HQ to look into her. Now then, if we're nearing the limit, is this where we reveal? I'll stop beating around the bush. Time to tell it to you straight. Oh, Jesus. Is this why we don't physically see Yako in the screen right now? Yako. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know how this... how...
What, me? Yes?
Take out your curse stone and give it to Mio.
My curse stone? It's just been in my pocket all this time. Thanks, I'm gonna borrow it for a second. Yes. There are soul dregs inside.
Oh.
What? How did this happen? I didn't do anything. I swear you have to believe me.
She is Michio. I don't know how the fuck that works. But yeah, that would imply... is it the talisman thing?
It's okay. We know.
Yako, calm down and listen to what I'm about to tell you. There's no mistake that Jonouchi and EY were killed by that curse stone. Oh boy. But the one who committed the act, the ghost of Michio that is inside you.
What do you mean?
It's okay, Yako. Please calm down and listen. You've been possessed, Yako, by Michio's ghost. It probably happened when you were offering flowers at the site of the accident. Filled with regret, her lingering ghost reacted to the presence of her old friend and entered you.
No way! You mean Michio's ghost is inside me?
I've explained this once before, but just because you've been possessed doesn't mean that you lose control of yourself. Normally, the mind will reject such attempts, and it'd do nothing more than affect one's mood or energy levels. But Michio had a powerful spirit sense to begin with. And because she was your friend, your mind was open to accepting Michio's spirit. So, for those reasons, your minds merged without any issue. It's going to be difficult to separate her from you at this point, which also means it will be difficult to guide her spirit to the afterlife.
Me and Michio's minds are... But I don't feel different at all. I mean, I'm me, I think.
That's because after she merged with you, Michio started to believe she was you as well. As a ghost possessing you, she's not fully conscious, only really a jumble of vague memories. Still, there are traces of her consciousness and memories as Michio. You have been acting a little different from usual. You would also sometimes react when coming into contact with things with a powerful influence. That having been said, if we don't have a proper understanding of the regrets that Michio had when she died and why, it would be difficult to separate her from you. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm sorry. If I carelessly provoked her ghost, it could have risked causing her to dig even deeper into your mind. When we mentioned limits earlier, we mean that by letting things proceed like this, there's a possibility that you will join completely, making it impossible to separate her ghost from you. If that happens, you'll never be able to tell which of your thoughts belong to her and which belong to you.
That's so scary! You mean I wouldn't be myself anymore? But if it's Michio, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad. I don't know, what should I do?
was actually Michio who used the curse stone while I was unaware, wasn't it? Doesn't that mean her ghost has already taken over my body? About that, I think there's probably the effect of the curse amplifying murderous impulses and the influence of the Feast of Shadows. While you were sleeping, the ghost powers were boosted and strengthened by the feast. Michio's consciousness surfaced and took control of your body. I love the art so much. Oof. I was the one who killed them? I cursed them both. Oh. Yako, no, you are being controlled. Right, Inspector? That's right. It's likely she'd be recognized as not being responsible for the crime due to the possession. It's not something you can control. No need to worry about that. No, you're wrong! I wanted to kill them too! Those feelings must have come out. It's not only Michio's fault. When I learned that Michio didn't commit suicide, I wished them all the cruel adults around me would just die! I had the curse stone with me and I wanted to get revenge for Michio if the chance came. That's how I felt. Whoa! Oh my god! Girly pop! It was so hard it wouldn't be unusual for someone to take their own life. And I had this curse stone. I made Michio get revenge all by herself. Michio tried so hard to keep on living in silence, and I treated those feelings like they were worthless. I should have done it myself right away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Michio. That's why I killed them. Jesus Christ. Yako. There you are. Oh, hi, Michio. What's up with you? You've had me worried sick since you haven't been coming to school lately. It feels like it's been forever. I'm glad you seem to be doing good. I'm sorry I didn't tell you why. I've always regretted it. Come on, you're acting like we aren't buds. You tell me if anyone is making you sad and I'll take care of them. Thanks, Yako. Actually, I'm here because there's something I wanted to tell you. Well, the truth is, I did something unforgivable to an innocent man. Saying that I was forced to and didn't have a choice doesn't undo it. I'm sorry, I feel so guilty. I've done so much I can't take back, all because I was weak. There's no escaping the hell that I've created for myself. I couldn't handle it anymore. I started thinking about killing him and dying myself. Neither of us deserved to live in this world. What? Something went wrong, and that's why I died with regrets. But thanks to you, I finished what I wanted to do. Thank you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You don't need to apologize! It's only now that I realize. I know how selfish it is. I hope you remember the time we spent together as friends, and how we were able to be together at the end. Please don't forget me. Oh my god. No, Michio. Yako just wanted to be a good friend. Yeah. Oh my god. That's all she wanted. You're awake? Do you feel okay? I'm sorry I had to spring that all on you, Yako. Are we in the classroom? Was I dreaming? I'm sorry to rush this along while you're still gathering your feelings, but we need to hear what Michio has to say now. And so, after considering what to do, it is true that Michio's consciousness has mixed with yours. If I summoned her ghost, we may be able to establish some communication. We're back at the spirit board! I think the spirit we called last time may have actually been Michio. And that her spirit has been close to you ever since then. Let's do it. I think we should, and I want to hear from her. I have no idea if this will work during daytime, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, here we go. Place your finger on the coin. Now, do as I do. O Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Please tell us if you are there. It's here. Is it the spirit of Michio?
Yako, would you ask the spirit? Are you Michio? It said yes. Don't be so sure. Some spirits like to play tricks. Can you try asking it a question only Michio would know the answer to? Let's see. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, how much did the ribbon I bought with Michio cost?
Bitch, I wouldn't remember that! How does she remember that? 4,900 yen, that's right!
Can I have you ask her a question? I want you to ask about the location of Fumichika Nejima's hideout. The location of the talisman as well.
Where is the Nejima's hideout? She doesn't even know? Please, terrible things will happen if he isn't captured soon. I'm sure it's painful to try and remember, but you're the only one who can help us, Michio. Please.
It moved.
This is an address. She's giving us the address. Thank you, Michio.
I have the address. Thank you.
Get a move on and check out that address. I'll contact HQ and order a simultaneous house search and sweep up the area. Average lesbian relationship. Where is the talisman?
Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, do you know where the talisman that you had is?
Okay, where is it?
Did you carry around the talisman with you at all times?
Okay.
So she did carry it with her. Did you have it with you when you had your accident?
So the guy might have it. Or the girl. The girl or the guy.
There was nothing resembling a talisman in the articles left behind at the scene.
Someone took it with them and ran off with it before the scene was investigated.
This would mean that someone knew Michio had died before the police did.
The first person to discover and report it was the caretaker of the apartment building next door. Should we check with them?
The other possibility I can think of is the perpetrator of the hit and run.
Yeah, the guy and the girl.
If it was a hit and run, wouldn't they have run away? It might be possible they did come back, driven by fear or something else.
They didn't report it and went through her belongings, but to only take the talisman seems hard to believe. Unless they were after the talisman from the very beginning.
How likely is that if the talisman really is so special?
Ario mentioned the same thing, but to run someone over just to take something from them? It's possible that they just picked up the talisman after hitting her for no particular reason.
Either way, if it really was a hit and run, then I hope that they get caught. It's possible she remembers something after seeing their picture of the car. Shall we try asking?
Who was responsible for the hit and run? What? Yes? She said, do you know who it was?
In order for Michio's spirit to find peace, we need as much detailed information about what happened as possible. We can't send her off to the afterlife if we don't know what happened when she died. This isn't like a forced exorcism, so that's what it will take. Who was the one who ran you over? I hope she knows the name.
Namagaki? I forget his name. Namagaki. Michio is still kind-hearted despite being vengeful. I know! Yutaro? You two know him?
We talked with him after we left the cafe. He used to be a curse bearer, right? So that's why Yako had that reaction when she saw him. That guy said he wanted to talk about Michio. He said he'd been waiting near Ryogoku Bridge.
I'll join you there once we're done.
He's the bastard who killed Michio. Yako. This should be enough information. We can release Michio from her suffering now. Let's do it.
Oh, we're gonna exorcise Michio. Say goodbye. Oh no!
You know, I'm so sorry I didn't know about it all. Your family, the kidnapping, Mr. Jonouchi, I'm so sorry. It must have been so hard. Not that I could understand, but I'm sure it was so hard. I mean, of course you want revenge. I wanted it too. We've all done things that we wish we could take back. But I'm glad that I at least know the truth. There's so much I want to say, but that's not enough. Let me just ask you one last thing. Someday, can we hang out again? You mean it? Okay, it's a promise. Have you asked everything you wanted? Guide Michio's spirit now. It's time to say goodbye. Michio, with this, I'll finally be able to free you. Hey, Yako. You never accepted the idea that Michio took her own life. I'm glad you never stopped trying to find the truth. Yeah. Even though I didn't realize just how hard things were for her. Mio? It's just Michio. She was taken advantage of by so many of the adults around her. She put up with so much. I should have tried and talked with her more. I know how you feel. Thanks, Mio. It's thinking about all the things that I could have done. Why did this have to happen to someone so kind and hardworking? Feels like she was ill-fated to the very end. It's just too cruel. Even then, she didn't even tell me about this stuff. And she let herself worry more about revenge than living. I'm mad at her for that. Sure, I should have noticed something was wrong, but come on. What was she thinking? Seriously, I mean seriously! Am I really that unreliable? Of course I'd help you get your revenge, you idiot! I don't care how you changed or whatever, I just wanted you to live! I'll take responsibility for what's been done. But one day, if we meet on the other side, I'm gonna have to give her a good punch. Then I'll tell her she's the real fool's procession or something. Then we'll hang out like always. I'm sending her off, okay? It moved to no all on its own. When did it do that? She still has something keeping her here. Yako, do you have any idea about what Michio wants? Please don't forget me. I think she told me that she didn't want me to forget. Michio, if you can hear my voice, let your feelings that you won't ever forget her be known. Show it through in action. Do something that shows that you won't forget. Am I? Do something that shows that you won't forget.
Panic? I'm just panicking at this point.
Well, I can make it go faster. Is there something... How do I show... Is there something here? I don't think so. Shows that you'll never forget. I mean... You're in my... Go on, do it. Do what? Where is she? Can I just, like, I don't have the talisman. Yeah. My brain isn't coming up with a thing. Oh, like save? Like, do they want me to save the game? And then I'll never forget?
That's so cute. What if you save over it? What if I save over that, though?
I don't really want you to punch me, so live a long life, okay? I'll see you later. Their picture is so cute with Yaku like this game is so nice. I mean, no, this game sucks, but this game is cool. I'm fine. Actually, I feel a lot better. I really wasn't feeling like myself recently. It was like there was a part of me that I had no control over or something. I think you're back to your normal self. I'm glad there weren't any problems. I wonder if Michio was able to find peace. I know she did. You don't have to worry about that. It seems that her regret was not being able to tell you what was going on and growing apart from you. Well, I guess I can forgive her for that. But there's still something bothering me. I wonder what this feeling is. It's like there's a piece of her that hasn't left yet. It may be an after effect. Maybe because you gave your stone to Chief Inspector Tsutsumi?
Doubt it. Having a curse stone shouldn't have an effect on your body.
Dealing with 4 curses sounds like a lot of stress. Good work, Chief!
Someone's like a completely different person all of a sudden. Are you really sure about this, having us arrest you once this is all over? You might be able to get your case treated as just an accident.
It's fine. Treat me the same as someone who used a curse stone to kill someone. If anything, I should be thanking you for letting me go free until this is all over. So thanks, Chief.
Aww. Oh my god. Stop.
Whoa, whoa, you didn't say anything about bringing the police. Sorry, we don't have time to care about what you have to say about this. What business do you have with this girl now that you've lost your curse stone? I'll tell you this for free. I have her curse stone already. Oh, he's pissed. This is the bastard who ran over Michiyo and drove away. If that's true, then why does he? Yutaro's visibly shaken. That must mean that there's some reason he doesn't want the cops around. I don't have any ill intentions. I wanted to tell you that I want to help if you intend to resurrect Michiyo. That was my intention from the beginning when I received my curse stone. And that's why I took your curse stone. Man can't be too careful. Besides, what connection do you have to Michiyo Shiraishi? We met once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day.
Met once?
Well, I'm sure it must have been painful for you, but... Do you think bringing back the dead will erase the fact that you hit her with your car?
Oh! He just said it.
I'm sure that I have no idea what you're talking about. If you don't know, I'll tell you, and you'll let me ask you some questions in return. Did you just get your license recently? We found a van with bloodstains on it. It's only a matter of time before we find out who the owner is. What's that supposed to mean? Why don't you tell me a little bit more about your relationship with Michiyo? Not only that, you killed someone with your curse stone, didn't you? Damn it. I give up. It's all over for me. Afterwards, Yutaro Namagaki gave his confession. He admitted that he was behind the wheel of the van that hit Michiyo. He explained that he was speeding in order to impress a girl that he had in the car. Mamma mia. Down the bad. After hitting the schoolgirl, he drove away and planned to wash the car in secret to destroy the evidence, but he became nervous and went back to the scene of the crime at the urging of his passenger. When they returned to the scene, the female passenger went to check the victim alone, while he sat panicking in the car.
What? That's some psychotic shit.
Because I assume that the intentions are not like the girl cared about the person that she hit. Like, I don't feel the intention of, like, the girl panicking, being like, oh my god, you hit a girl, let me go back and make sure that she's okay. Like, I don't have this, this girl in the highest... Like, I'm more suspicious than anything. When she returned, she told him people were unlikely to assume a hit and run, as it looked similar to a suicide by jumping from height. Afterwards, the pair parted ways and Yutaro dumped the vehicle deep in the woods under the cover of night. Dude, she said that? She... Oh, she didn't even turn it in. Okay, no, she sucks. The two of them decided to keep the accident a secret. The next morning, Michiyo's body was discovered, and luckily for them, her death was ruled a suicide. A darkness lingered within his heart. From that day on, the schoolgirl appeared before him covered in blood, her limbs bent and broken, so to spite him in his dreams every night. Even when awake, he would see a phantom of her corpse in the dark, moaning and cursing him at all times. Troubled by the constant hallucinations, it was only a number of days before he suffered a nervous breakdown. He couldn't bear hiding what he'd done anymore and planned to turn himself in, but that was what was stopped by the passenger from that night. It was then that he first heard rumors of the rite of resurrection. He thought that if he could resurrect the schoolgirl, that it would be like if the accident never happened. And with that, the darkness enshrouding his heart could be dissipated. From then on, he searched the areas associated with the 7 mysteries of Honjo every night. And he received the curse of the foot-washing mansion as a result. Dude, Yako looks so unamused. That's right, I'm not a bad man. I wanted to turn myself in. It was that girl who tempted me. Calm down and listen. If you don't think that you've done anything wrong, what would these poor girls think if they saw you run over that poor girl? There's something I want to know. Do you know anything about a talisman that Michio should have had on her at the time of the accident? What are you talking about? What about that woman who was with you? Can you ask her? Everything is her fault in the first place. Well, that may not be exactly wrong. Just riding passenger in a car involved in an involuntary vehicular manslaughter isn't a crime in and of itself. But, according to your statement, she neglected her duty to seek aid and instigated you to neglect your duty to report the accident, which is so fucked up. And if she took an article from the scene, and she's also be charged with theft, can you tell me who she is? You have no intent of hiding anything anymore, do you? It's her fault. Do what you want with her. It's time for her to face what she's done. Ayame Tono. She's an art student I met in town. Wait, he knows her? Oh, wait. No, we met Ayame in, Richter and Harue's storyline. They were the only two people to talk to her. What point would there be in lying? Do you know her or something? She may look nice, but she's rotten on the inside. I'd like to meet the parents who raised someone like that. Shut up!
What's wrong, Inspector Sitsumi? You're drenched in sweat.
Damn it, why? How could this happen? Listen up, I'm taking this one with me down to the station for more questioning. You two, go after the record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Got that? What's happening? That reaction was so extreme. Oh my gosh. That was very, very extreme. Chat, I have to stop here. I don't want to stream for too long today, and my voice is starting to feel it a little bit. So tomorrow, I think what's gonna happen is we'll beat the game tomorrow, and then I'll probably just jump right into the second game, if that's okay with you guys. So the first part of the stream will be, like, finishing this up, and then I will, jump into the... Wait, I just realized. Could that be his daughter? Wait a second. Ayame Tono is his fucking daughter. Oh, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? I think that has to be the connection there. That kind of reaction is way too extreme for it to not be his daughter, in my opinion. I think it has to be there. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, daughter. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so tomorrow we will beat game, start the new Paranormasight game that just came out, this Mermaid's Curse, it's called, the Mermaid's Curse. I have to go buy it, that means. I still haven't bought it. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the finale and starting a new game. Okay, bye!